Right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the hearing for Giant House on the News Elderly and abroad. Those of you who were here yesterday, my name is David Anderson, as the Independent Commissioner for Council. Just a reminder that we are being live streamed and recorded with an echo.
Sorry.
Throughout the day, we do have a fair bit of time, so we'll see how we go and progress. And if people are wanting to, if there's anyone who has a particular time constraint and needs to get away early, feel free to let Ms. Cottam know, and we can accommodate that as much as we can. So I'm just going to assume that we're following the list that's on the agenda, unless there's anyone who wants to jump in. So, Mr. Simpson, I assume. Good morning. Now, I have read your submission, but I'm more than happy for you to just take me through whatever you want to.
Okay, well, what I want to do, I'm Bill Simpson, this is Richard Simpson, and we own Fisherman's Bay Garden, which is a venue that a lot of the tourists that go to Josie's Garden also come to us as one part of their day. So, it's probably our relevance to this, and it's an important part of our business that we're and that means that we understand the difficulties of managing groups of people on hills, on steep sites, groups of people who come in buses and need to access a hill site in order to see what we have to offer. And so we also realise, and because of our own experience, what it's like to manage visitors, not only over a steep hillside and access problems, but also we know what it's like to manage people in terrible weather, because bus tours and bus groups are booked months, if not years ahead. We already have booking for 2025 for our garden. So there's no saying, well, it's raining really heavily now, we'll just pop down to the village or whatever, because they're really they're time oriented. They are going to be in one place for a certain amount of time and move on. And so as far as the access goes into Josie's Garden, we think that driveway up the side is intimidating. A lot of our people that visit our gardens are older people. There are also young people with mobility problems, and so they are often on the tour. They are going to many, many venues, and we don't want our Akaroa venues to be ones that that the tour companies decide just to tick off the list simply because of the difficulty for some of their customers. So at Fisherman's Bay Garden, we manage our contour, our steep hillsides by making travelling across the garden and with a very small rise and contour, and by using good wide big steps that are very, very easy, and that way we can feel that we can guarantee to these groups that they will be able to see a lot, if not all, of the garden, and that they will be able to access it, and that will be a suitable place for them to bring some of these people out in their 90s. So it really is important, and I can't say how important it is for us to have the Giants House as a venue in Akaroa. It's important for Akaroa because it's a world-class venue. I can't think of anywhere else in New Zealand that is similar. It's unique, and I realise it's obviously going to be there, but it seems to me that to make it easier to access it and to provide a better experience for visitors is incredibly important for Akaroa. We can't afford to lose any of those bus groups at all. It really does affect the local businesses. It brings money into the town. And from Christchurch's point of view, I have to say that many of those people come internationally, fly into Christchurch, stay in Christchurch, and have one of their days out to Akaroa. So it's important for Akaroa. It's also incredibly important for Christchurch and important for Christchurch to manage it. As far as the road, the driveway, it's really steep. Even I, who climb around gardens on a hill all of my life, look at them and, oh, you know, I don't, you know. And so if you're older or you're a young person who's not that fit, that's intimidating. And then you get to the top and there's a little set of steps up. There's no other way she can do it, Josie. That's what she's managed to build, this amazing business, having these constraints. And so by investing more money, and let me just point out that in investing more money, we are so lucky in Akaroa that Josie has done this, because land in Akaroa is extraordinarily expensive, and the return on what you get for your money is not massive. You know, she's not going to make a fortune out of this business. She's going to make a living out of this business. She's going to provide a place for people for tourism in Akaroa. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge the fact that it's her artistic, the drive. I mean, having my garden is not logical. Much more hours spent on that garden than I would. My hourly rate must be $5 an hour less. You know, I mean, I'm quite sure that Josie could say that often about her garden. Her hourly rate, because I've done a little bit of mosaic work, the hourly rate for that venue and the cost and time and just years and years of work is massively valuable to Christchurch, and it's cost Christchurch nothing really. So I think they haven't done anything at all to facilitate that business. I think that it's time with traffic, for example. The other thing I want to talk about was the fact that the building, you could say, well, you know, got a building at the top, but the thing about when you get a busload of people and it's raining, pouring with rain, is you need to get them out of the rain. We have a big old wool shed full of the artefacts of a farm of our age on Banks Peninsula with various things on it. And people love that building because it's quite a unique building. If Josie can provide a building and a place for people to gather together inside, first of all, it'll make it better for the neighbours, in my view, because it will take that noise of 20 or 30 or 40 people off the footpath into her space straight away. Because you can't gather halfway up that hill, that long driveway. You just can't gather on that. It's just impossible. So she really does have to have a place to accumulate people and take them, introduce them into her area. If it's really, really wet, they're probably not going to spend a lot of time going around the garden. But as I said earlier, they can't move off and take the people somewhere else because they're on a set itinerary. They have to do the things they offer on that tour and that people have paid for. So Josie needs to provide a place for those visitors to be where they can have a good experience. It's really important we don't leave people standing around in pouring rain for half an hour, It really does matter. And I'm talking about New Zealand tourism here. This is Christchurch's tourism. It's not just Akaroa. So for me, and near Akaroa, Josie's garden is massively important, I think. As far as the roads outside and the congestion, I think that the council could put an effort in there. Our garden at Fisherman's Bay a couple of years ago had a really big torrent of rain, and our roads were ruined. And we actually had our garden shut pretty well for a year. And what happened after that is the council took it on board and they put back our access better. And they spent a lot of time and effort on improving our roads, and we will be forever grateful for that because they've improved the access to us and for the cattle trucks and all that sort of thing. So it seems a very small thing to me for them to work on and think about the access around Josie's Place to make it more pleasant for neighbours. I think that it will be better not having visitors up and down that driveway complaining all the way. I think if you can get them away onto the other side, that means that the driveway side, it's just swapping of sides of congestion for the house that's in the middle there. I completely understand how difficult that is as a situation to be in, but Akaroa, in spite of that, I think Akaroa really needs the Giant's House. It's all very well saying you've got ecotourism and all that sort of thing over there, and that's what I know the council is focusing on. But the truth really is Ekaroa has always been a small historic settlement with wonderful little old cottages and things. And the Giant's House fits so beautifully into that. We're a seaside tourist historic village. In Europe, those seaside historic villages, perhaps around the Mediterranean, may have one or two venues a little bit like the Giant's House. We are French in our origin. It all fits into the general ambience of the place. And there are lots of people, even though nobody thinks they're there are lots of people who don't want to go looking at dolphins, definitely don't want to go out in the boats, get seasick, don't want to do that, want little things. When we have large numbers of family, we go to the Giant's House and we take them there, and the children, the grandchildren, the whole family enjoys it. We would love it if she had a place where we could actually get a seat, because at the moment it needs to be bigger. It is so popular, it needs to get bigger for Ekaroa, bigger for Christchurch, and bigger, I might add, for New Zealand, because the tours I'm talking about that are booking for 2025 are not New Zealand based. So she is managing to help bring people to New Zealand as part of a tour. I think it's really important.
I'll just add one thing. Is we're not talking about a big corporate here. Yes. We're talking about a family business. And I think it's a family business adapting or trying to adapt to make a better business, better experience for everybody. So I think I can't understand why the council isn't facilitating it. There's got to be ways of managing the traffic and that sort of thing. Joyce and Simon will look after the access, the internal access, but it just defies my logic. We're talking about Ekaroa, full of family businesses, another family business, trying to do things better. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. No, it's good to hear the perspective of another business. So I'm just curious, you said you obviously have a booking system where people can book a long time in advance.
Yes.
And I ask, I don't know where your site is, but do you get the walk-ups and the casual visitors as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a booking system that allows for that, and also we have at the top of the hill, it's a bit of a drive down to our place. We have an open shut sign as well.
Okay.
We get people those three ways: booking online, booking by email a long way in advance, so we don't allow too many bookings until close up. And then, and we do get a lot of the same visitors that Josie gets. Josie's garden is a garden of international significance with the Gardens Trust. We were a garden of national significance, but we no longer remember. But what I will say is that attracts tourists. It attracts them to Christchurch. It attracts them to the whole area. That type of rating means that it's worth the trip. It means that people will build their tours around it. That's why we get the inquiries. A couple of years ahead, is that they're wanting to get all of the venues sorted. And so if, for example, Josie's business, if after a while someone said that the access wasn't good enough, that people weren't having a good experience with the rain or whatever, it would affect us. It would affect Ekaroa. Some of those tour groups stay overnight in Ekaroa and do Ekaroa Village the next morning or during that time. We have an American group that comes and always does our tour. It's a day trip for them, and Josie sometimes puts food on for them, and sometimes we do the lunch. She might do it at something else. It's just it all works together, and without it, improving it, like I'm constantly improving my garden. I improve the access when I think there's an issue with mobility or something. I've spent years trying to improve the experience in various parts of the gardens that are more accessible. We all work on these things, and to be really honest, they are a gift to the Canterbury region. That sort of effort, Josie's effort, is a gift, because we're also going to get a venue that requires very little of the council, very little indeed, and is pretty safe and pretty universally attractive. Where are you going to get a business like that from if someone like Josie doesn't exist? It's really unique and it's world class. We travel and it's world class. Okay.
No, thank you. That's really useful. I don't have any other questions really. It's just good to hear your perspective as a similar operator in the area. So your points are noted and well made. So thank you very much. Yes. Is Mr. Harris here from District Motions?
Might say some notation. I'm submitting on behalf of the Ekaroa District Promotions. Ekaroa District Promotions connects businesses and community for a stronger Ekaroa in the Bays. My statements, I'm not going to deal with the design of the buildings or their appearance or anything. I just wish to restrict my comments to economic, social and cultural role of the Giants House as a contributor to Ekaroa's variety, vitality and vibrancy. Like all rural-based villages, it is vital that Ekaroa maintains an economy that ensures its ongoing prosperity and halts its decline such that we lose essential service like chemists, library and other council services. Ekaroa is fortunate given its natural attributes and the character of its built environment that has much to offer both domestic and international tourists. Without tourism, decline would seem inevitable. The recently published draft destination management plan for Banks Peninsula emphasises the need to gain a balance between tourist activity and the environment through its version of regenerative tourism. Part of the strategy outlined in that plan is to target small-scale tourist groups such as families and groups of heritage and cultural knowledge seekers to the peninsula. Given its appeal to all ages and its essence, this is exactly the type of tourist the Giants House caters for. Furthermore, such is the encouragement of the Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan to the knowledge seeker tourist, the Ekaroa District Promotions, with advice from Creative New Zealand, is currently working on an arts, culture and heritage trail. The Giants House will be an automatic and essential inclusion. In considering this application, please do not underestimate the importance of the Giants House. It's a glowing jewel in the garland of attractions Ekaroa and the Bays has to offer. Along with the Ekaroa Lighthouse, it is an icon adding variety to Ekaroa's attractions. Its uniqueness means it alone can be the main reason for a visit. All visitors to Ekaroa mean spin-offs for local businesses and the community. And similar with all applications, the Giants House has its commercial motivation, but within that is also an underlying altruistic flavouring, as the new access will allow the not so fit, the aged and the less mobile to enjoy or more fully enjoy the artistry of the sculpture garden as part of their group or family experience. The proposal is not for a halfway house or similar residential institution, nor will it operate at night. In terms of traffic, it will not attract donutting boy racers, graduating ram raiders, nor leather-clad motorbike riders. Hey, that's an idea, though. This clientele, the clientele will remain the same in character, and it seems any marginal increase in patronage can largely be controlled through booking systems and traffic management. Given its overriding significance to the village, surely there is a way to give consent and with conditions accommodate concerns raised by submitters rather than banish the aged and infirm to sitting in the car for their Akaroa cultural experience. Thank you.
Thank you. The common theme to a lot of submissions is that it's trying to strike that balance between running a successful business and imposing conditions that provide a suitable level of amenity and protection for neighbours and the wider community. So I'm not sure whether you've heard the changes the applicant is now proposing in terms of visitor numbers and traffic improvements on the street. So I'm not sure whether or not you'd offer a view as to whether that's an appropriate level of control for a business in the.
I haven't.
Okay, no, that's fine. But no, thank you. Your support is again as noted. It's similar to the very strong themes that are coming through.
Thank you.
So that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not right. It might be good.
Right, next on the list, Ms. Freed.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Anna Freed. I don't live in Akaroa and I'm a close friend of Josie's. And I have been visiting the Giant's house since it was just a steep hillside covered in scrub beside the house. And it's been a wonderful experience watching that evolve. And Josie is really a national treasure and should be understood to be so, I believe. So I support the application in its entirety. And with the accessibility, as an older person with mobility issues, it's become very difficult to access this wonderful garden. I'd love to continue with other garden enthusiasts. I have friends that come from other countries, and the first thing they want to do is go over and see what's happened to Josie's garden. And we're all sort of starting to crumble a bit at the knees and the feet, and it's a very, very daunting walk up that hill. So it would be wonderful for us and for everyone, really, if there was easier accessibility. The indoor cafe would be a great asset too, because it's very dependent on the weather. And sometimes you just want to sit down and have a cup of tea, and you're outside, and that's tricky. We like sitting down quite a lot, us people with mobility issues. So Josie has created a beautiful and happy place for people to visit, and she's continually adding more to delight us with her whimsical combination of sculpture and garden. People smile when they arrive and are very appreciative of her considerable talents. International film crews and magazines have showcased her work, and many people go to the Giant's house as a destination point, leading to money being spent in other businesses in Akaroa. She has a lot of international visitors that have seen her garden and her on their television screens in other countries, and that's why they've come. She also maintains and preserves a large historic house. Her workload is incredible. She puts a lot of money into that house and into just developing the whole garden, and I'd love the council to to fully support this expansion of the sculptural gardens, accessibility and cafe. A local artist who gives so much joy to those who visit is a great asset to the community, and I would like the Christchurch City Council to recognise her contribution to Akaroa as well as the wider community. The Royal New Zealand Institute of Horticulture has just awarded her a fellowship. It's a top honour for making a significant contribution to horticulture. Every year, she has a Christmas party for the business community, and I have often gone over there for that event. And I talk to people. It's a great time. They all come together. They love it, and it's very buzzy. And many of those people talk about how their businesses have benefited from people coming over to Akaroa to come to the Giant's house. Children, grandchildren, they remember all sorts of details in that place. It's so wonderful and whimsical and different, and they'll talk about it for years, probably for the rest of their lives. They'll remember that. And a submitter yesterday talked about that too. I've visited gardens in other countries, and there's a strong sense of pride in the areas that they're in, and the local governments seem to promote them with pride. And you know, I'd just like to see the city council do the same here. There aren't many places that bring out the best in you, and it's a happy place. And whatever's going on in your life doesn't exist anymore as you wander around that garden. And I think that that's an incredible contribution to humanity. So it's a gift to us all. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's probably, again, not a lot I can ask. You're echoing the themes that many people are bringing up. I suppose, as always, it's a matter of striking that balance, isn't it, between providing for something that's internationally known, but recognising it sits in the local environment and trying to find a balance between the needs of the business and the needs of the community and neighbours. But again, I think
I should add actually that since this booking system is being mooted, I don't see that this would be a workable thing. I mean, people want to go, and suddenly it looks like it's going to rain, so why bother?
Yeah. So you think the booking system might not work?
Well, for somebody like me who, you know, well, just somebody who want to go, you do things
Different, yeah.
You do things on the spur of the moment often.
That's right, yeah. So I guess what you're saying is that while the booking system, I don't want to put words in your mouth, while it might work for the bigger tour groups, it wouldn't make a difference to the walk-ups if you're deciding it's a nice day, I'm going to go and have a visit. I understand that. No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Stacey Smith.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Stacey Smith. I'm from Akaroa. Well, originally I'm from up north, but I've lived in Akaroa for the past 20 years. My background is in social anthropology and fine arts. And I've grown up in a tourism-orientated family. My father received a BEM for tourism, so I've known that my whole life. About 15 years ago, or a little bit more, I met Josie, and we worked together in an artful type of way, where I body painted her. Yeah, Lauren Cullen. And on meeting her, eventually she offered for me to come and help her at the Giant's house. So now over the past few years, I've worked with her a little bit in the garden, in the cafe, and now I work on the gate and I greet everyone who comes. So I get to, on all the days that I work, I get to meet every person that comes through the gate. And I like people. I like to know where they're from and what brought them to Akaroa, you know, a little bit about them. So we have a little chat and then I guide them through where to start in the garden. Give them a little bit of history of the house and I introduce them to Josie if she's around. My first question to them is, have you been here before? And I wanted to just quickly ask you if any of you have been to the Giant's House before. Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about her ethos on recycling and reusing and repurposing so many things. She's got such an intention of conservation. She generates the smallest amount of waste from that place, from her home. Even with running the cafe, I would have the tiniest amount of rubbish that would come out of that house. Everything is repurposed. And as you can see, her artwork has that ethos as well. She has such a care for the environment through her love of plants. Well, fauna and flora, there are birds that we know by name in the garden, even if they're called naughty blackbird. When I meet people who come into the garden, they are often puffed, so they have to battle up that driveway. There's quite often older people who bring their grandchildren, and the grandchildren will come to the gate first, and then we wait for their elders to come up the driveway. And it really, really would be such a blessing for them to be able to come into the garden in an easier way. There are people that are on crutches and walking sticks and wheelchairs, and they have prams. And although Josie does try and make it as easy as possible for them to come in, boy, it would be so much less of a battle if they could easily come in a flat entranceway. After the people have been through the garden, it's amazing how many people mention Gaudi's garden in Barcelona, and they make that comparison, I would say daily, to say that they've been there and this is the most amazing place that they've seen in New Zealand. And I really think it's such a taonga, a treasure of a place to have in Akaroa, for people to come not only from Christchurch and New Zealand, but from all over the world. It really is. I meet people from everywhere, and it's so amazing that they've heard about it through different magazines or publications. And Josie doesn't go out of her way to be a marketing genius. Yes, it's not really her thing. It's everyone else who comes there and spreads the word and is inspired. The aspect of the buses and traffic up the road, there are an amazing amount of people who walk from the township. Lots of people catch the day bus over from Christchurch, and they walk from the bus stop at the end of our road up to the Giant's House. There are people who come in the cars, and it would be amazing if the council could facilitate some help with that. Where I come from up north, we have this amazing little toilet block in Kawakawa and Honda Buses Art Centre in Whangarei. And when I see the amount of support that everyone put into something like that for an artist that wasn't actually from New Zealand, the Whangarei District Council put in $2.977 million. The Northland Council put in $1.5 million, and it cost $33 million altogether. And we have this amazing opportunity where this woman has done all of this work on her own back independently. She doesn't go out of her way to ask for money from the council or anyone else. And I think she needs all the support that we can give her. I've seen over the past few years how Josie works hard, and not just physically. She thinks, she plans, she sketches, she rethinks. and decisions are not taken lightly with Josie on the planning of her garden and the consideration of the people around her, and the consideration of her neighbours and the community, the whole community. I see how her intention first and foremost is to bring colour and joy to her home. This is the place where she lives. This is the place where all the children come back to and the grandchildren. This is her passion, and we're lucky to share it with her. She gives me such inspiration as a skilled craftsperson and an independent and passionate artist. And I don't think her intentions have ever been to encroach on her community space. The noise in the garden is it's not a rowdy place. It's a place of gentle enjoyment. There's laughter. There could be, if some little person is having a bad day, there might be some wailing every so often. But it's really a place of enjoyment. After the earthquakes happened, there was a lot of people who brought their whole collections of china that have been destroyed in the earthquakes, and from Akaroa and from Christchurch, boxes and boxes of bits and pieces of ceramic turned up, and Josie carefully integrated that into her artwork, and something that none of us foresaw, that families would come back and have picnics in the garden, come sit in the cafe and come and visit their grandmother's china. It's a special, really special place. She upkeeps this amazing historic house, and it costs a lot in time, effort, and money. And I really think that we should be all supporting her in this application. And thank you for listening to me.
No, thank you. That's very useful. Again, to hear the perspective of somebody who works and interacts with visitors that come. Sort of reiterates what I've been told by other people. So it's very helpful. No, thank you very much. Next on the list, we have Nikki and Ben Johnson.
Morning. Resource management lawyer for today. Yeah, just a name. Thank you. My name's Ben Johnston. My wife Nikki and I own a holiday home at 82 Rue Balgaree, which is directly adjoining the Giant's house, sort of further up the hill, up Rue Balgaree and up the back. We've owned that property for the last 10 years. We lived in Christchurch, originally in Crebbleton, and we were attracted to the Akaroa area due to the amenity value with family and the walks on the peninsula and water and that kind of thing. We both have quite demanding jobs, so it's quite nice to get over to Akaroa and relax essentially. Obviously, when we purchased the property, we were aware of the Giant's house and 2001 consent, and essentially had no problem with the what are essentially a house and garden tour. I think it might be useful to talk about our experience to date as a neighbour. I know that Josie, for her art, has got a lot of accolades, and she's had a lot of support from people, particularly people further afield across the country and overseas. Obviously, those people don't live beside the facility and don't necessarily see the downside. Noise is a big factor for us. I mean, we realise that it's a residential neighbourhood, and in any residential neighbourhood, there's noise. People have parties, there's chainsaws going, there's leaf blowers, there's building works, all of that kind of stuff. Generally, that's temporary. The giant's house is a constant. The noise comes through the fence from people in the garden. Sometimes on the boundary, if we're kind of in the garden or raking leaves or something, we'll have people from the giant's house trying to engage us in conversation and talk to us. Josie, for the first few years, well, actually, Josie played music during the opening of the garden. That seems to have stopped during this planning process because I think she's aware that it annoys the neighbours and she's trying to get people on side. But there's been constant music during the time, so it's not isolated noise. It's relatively constant noise. I think that has an effect. I haven't seen sort of any ecological evidence, and maybe there is some, but I think that has an effect on the bird life. There's a number of charities and groups in Akaroa have made some very good efforts to bring native birds back, kangaroo and tillies and things, and we start to see them in our garden and around the area. They're just not around when the giant's house is open. The noise just essentially scares them away. The other experience we've had is shortly after we purchased the property, Mrs. Martin erected quite a tall sculpture with large hands that on the boundary that came through the view shaft, and she hadn't discussed that with us, and we spoke to the previous owners and said, look, is this something you've discussed with Josie and given permission for? And the owners said essentially no, but that they'd complained to the council about Josie on a number of occasions because she was essentially a law unto herself. And I had a discussion with Josie and said, look, those hands are very high. We have a covenant on our title which protects the view shaft. She said, look, I've had those hands manufactured in China. They've come out, they've been installed. It's too expensive to lower them. I'm sorry. I spoke to Mr. J, Josie's son, and he said, look, they're art. Just enjoy them. Just enjoy them. And I said, well, look, they're in the middle of our view shaft. So we did complain to the council about that, and I have a reference number, and lo and behold, subsequently those hands were reduced below the 2 metre line. Also, I know that neighbours had made complaints about the erection of the steel framing for the stairwell, which was started pre-consent. My wife also talked to the council about that. That work was put on hold before that got any further. I raised this because I think it's a pattern of behaviour. I noticed yesterday, I think the Commissioner raised the point about the 6 car parks not being available as the original consent requires. I think I read in Mr. Gregory's evidence that current activities are far beyond what was consented. Ms. Martin applied for retrospective consent back in 2001 for some of her current activities. Essentially, her modus operandi, to my mind, has been to not ask permission in advance, but to seek forgiveness later. And there is it leaves me with the impression that the rules don't apply to Ms. Martin, and for that reason, I think that's relevant for the exercise of discretion. I also think it's relevant for the robustness of managing the consent through conditions. I must agree with Ms. Freed. I don't think a booking system will be robust or workable either. I didn't hear any evidence yesterday which indicated in detail. I know Mr. Cleary stated that there could be an off-the-shelf product and that it would be up to the applicant to ensure compliance. My only comment in that regard is that the best predictor of future behaviour is previous behaviour, and previous behaviour is indicative that conditions do not apply to Ms. Martin. I want to talk briefly about noise, which I already have. So the music has stopped, so to speak, in the meantime. I think a major concern for us is the cafe. We're talking about a 205 square metre building, of which 112 square metres is a cafe. The conditions talk about 6 concerts a year. There's nothing in the application that I could see, but please correct me if I'm wrong, about the facility being operated as a function venue, but there is obviously concern in that regard given the size of the building and the size of the cafe. It seems wholly unnecessary in terms of size and scale for the type of activities and supporting of the garden that Ms. Martin is indicating in the evidence. The other issue that we think is quite significant is transport. So my wife Nikki here has taken the photos of the buses and the minivans. I think it was interesting to read, I think, Mr. Smith's report from Abley, which was he undertook a travel survey from February to April with, I think, a peak over Easter. Even Ms. Martin's own evidence indicated that there's a decline in visitor numbers starting from sort of February and March. So clearly the peak is over the Christmas, January period. So I think I know Mr. Smith's done some modelling, but I'm not entirely convinced of the robustness of that report. I'm not an expert on transport. I can only speak from what I've seen. So obviously, the transport management currently is non-existent and it's quite haphazard. You often see a number of buses. We have a number of people doing U-turns all over the street, including in our driveway and others. I think it's been good luck rather than good management that there haven't been incidents. I think for those of us who live beyond and further up from the Giant's House, the proposals in relation to traffic will actually make things slightly worse for us because, as I understand it, there's yellow lines proposed for around Rukashlow and outside the Giant's House. The footpath will go as far as the Giant's House, but not beyond. So there'll be less parking in the immediate vicinity of the Giant's House. There'll be a mobility park. There'll be a crossing which will take away more space. I actually think that will push parking further north, where the traffic, where the footpath isn't available. So for people like us and who live further north, we're effectively walking out of our driveways down the road, which has got increased activity in parks, in order to get to our footpath and then go across. And that's basically because the scale of the activity is significantly increasing and there's no traffic management plan proposed, and there seems to be no real mitigation in relation to traffic. So, look, I appreciate that the plan can allow for expansion of commercial activities in residential areas in appropriate circumstances. It's our submission that this isn't one of those circumstances because of the significant adverse effects, including but not limited to noise and traffic. This is effectively a movement from a house and garden to a full-scale commercial activity, which is not appropriate.
Thank you. Mrs. Martin, did you want to? Sorry, Tom. Sorry, wrong. My name's confused. So, did you want to?
No, I feel like we've talked over and he's spoken on behalf.
Yeah, no, I have read the submission and have just a couple of questions. And it's just acknowledging your submission was written before the applicant's changes were proposed in terms of a cap on visitor numbers per hour.
Yeah.
And various other constraints. Do they go some way to alleviating your concerns?
No, I don't think so, because I don't consider, for the reasons that I've discussed, that a booking system will be workable, nor necessarily do I have confidence that it will be adhered to.
Okay. Yeah, and you made comments about the noise in terms of sort of being continuous.
Yes.
Is that a combination of music and people just moving around the garden and talking in conversations as a whole?
Yes. Yeah.
So if, given then that the application is seeking to expand the area of the garden and not necessarily seeking to increase the numbers, do you think that noise would diminish if you've got more people over a larger area?
I think it would. I think, the aggravating factor, I think, is the cafe. Because, it makes sense that if noise is, leaving aside the music, if people are over a larger area, then the noise, I guess, it's going to be diluted somewhat. I mean, I'm not an acoustic expert, but I would expect that to be the case. I think the aggravating factor is the cafe and the concentration of noise there.
In one place.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure whether you heard all of what was talked yesterday.
I watched most of it last night.
Okay, so there was the comment about the existing consent.
Yes.
And discussion around the fact that it's not specific in terms of imposing limits on numbers of visitors, and there's some uncertainty as to the scale of actually anticipated.
Yes.
So one way you could look at this is the new consent now would impose more conditions on the existing operation.
Yes. It would impose more conditions, but it would also consent a new visitor centre, a 204 square metre building with a cafe. I don't think that. I think there are other ways potentially to, I'm not a resource management lawyer, to manage some of the effects of the current consent. I think it seems from discussions yesterday that some of the conditions of the current consent or the terms are, the activities are outside the terms of that. So I think that could be monitored and enforcement action taken if appropriate. I don't think that the way to monitor previous breaches or previously undesirable open-ended consents is to grant further consents for expanded activities.
No, thank you. That was all the questions that I had. Thank you. It's good to hear your perspective as neighbours. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, next we have Ms. Cook.
Commission.
Jan, all right.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Is it the same?
I'm Jan Cook. I'm a self-employed designer and business administrator, and I've been a member of the Civic Trust and its board since 1997. And I've read all of the material relating to this application and actually listened in to much of yesterday, although I have to say the sound quality was not the best. During 1996, many in Akarai had become alarmed by a new type of development, multi-unit, three-storey townhouses in the town centre area. While the concrete and aluminium construction didn't sit well with Akarai's wooden colonial architecture, it was their bulk and scale, and in particular their height, that was of most concern. It seemed that the design and appearance provisions in the Akaroa district scheme that had served the town so well since the 1970s were no longer effective under the new Resource Management Act. The Banks Peninsula District Council was working on its new district plan, and it became clear that Akaroa would need to become well-informed and constructively involved in this process. Lively public meetings were held, and a group with the working title of Akaroa National Treasure Network was formed. Our first meetings were at Linton, hosted by Josie and her partner. Sometime in late 1996, the network was approached by elders of the Akaroa Civic Trust. The trust, they explained, was already set up to do the very things the network wanted to do, but was rather in the doldrums due to the age of its stalwarts. They proposed that we all join the Akaroa Civic Trust and revitalise it. And the trust went on to have substantial input into the new district plan and subsequent planning processes, and to research and propose the Akaroa Historic Area, which was formally registered in 1999. Now, I mentioned Josie's early involvement solely to illustrate that Akaroa is a small town where everyone knows everyone and our paths cross in many ways. People don't participate in processes such as this one lightly, and I believe that those who do so give careful thought to their contributions. There is widespread admiration for the Giant's House Garden and for Josie's creativity and energy. That is not in question here. The question is, how can Josie and her family maintain and improve this asset in a way that is sustainable and minimises the effects on others? There are aspects of this proposal that are of significant concern to the Trust and to nearby property owners. The Trust generally supports the assessments and recommendations of Ms. Cotton and her report. And in this submission, I would like to focus on the background to the planning provisions for Akaroa and their importance and intent. Amenity and design and appearance are largely selective matters, so I will attempt to elaborate on what they mean in the context of Akaroa. Firstly, the importance of Akaroa's heritage and amenity. In registering the Akaroa Historic Area, Heritage New Zealand noted that the true significance of the area lies in the fact that it is an exceptionally well-preserved example of colonial New Zealand town from the second half of the 19th century. With around 200 heritage buildings, the importance of Akaroa's authentic historic character is indisputable, but even where heritage values are less obvious, the amenity values throughout the town are highly valued. This derives principally from its peaceful scenic setting, low density, small scale built development, and charming gardens and streetscapes. Over many years, the Trust has come to understand that the protection of our own old buildings lies not just in registration and rules, but much more importantly with owners who are dedicated to their maintenance and care. And the Trust acknowledges the past and present owners who have maintained and cherished their heritage buildings, both grand and humble. And I emphasise that because the tiny cottages are, in a way, the most important part of what we see in Akaroa, and those who have taken the care to design and build quality new buildings. Akaroa is the country's first planned settlement, and no other place in New Zealand has such an extent of historic buildings and features concentrated in a small area and in such a dramatic setting. This genuine historic heritage, along with its peaceful old world charm, is what draws people to visit Akaroa and to live here. When amenity and people's quiet enjoyment of their properties and surrounding areas is undermined, the attractiveness of heritage and character dwellings can be diminished and their caring owners drawn elsewhere. So to go to the history, our planning history, planning rules to guide the development of Akaroa and preserve its character and charm go back to 1970. The then county chair spoke of his concern about the changing appearance of the town. In response, the Akaroa Civic Trust was established and led by architect Peter Bevan drew up an environmental plan to be included in the Akaroa County District Scheme. This environmental plan describes the character of Akaroa and the threats to it, and concludes by stating, every year since the war, this original rich tranquility is eroded and the town becomes more like everywhere else. Many of the issues raised in the environmental plan are still very relevant today, including the need to attract permanent residents, the rising value of holiday homes, making it difficult for residents to buy, rent or build, infrastructure and the range of community services and things to do, increasing tourism can potentially degrade the very attributes that make the town attractive to visitors and residents. The economic benefits brought by tourism must be used to strengthen the visual and aesthetic qualities and atmosphere of the town and not destroy them. And in a way that wouldn't be contemplated or allowed today. The Aotearoa Civic Trust was actually, its role was actually embodied in that district scheme and in its environmental plan, that it was responsible for drawing up and promoting, and also in its place that was specified in that scheme on the Design and Appearance Advisory Committee that was set up. The Trust has had an ongoing role in the Council's development of design guidelines for Akaroa and the Akaroa Design and Appearance Committee. In Akaroa, limits on scale and density and rules requiring assessment of the design and appearance of buildings have been in place for more than 50 years. In particular, building height has been comprehensively considered. The notified Banks Peninsula plan set permitted building height in the Akaroa Town Centre at 9 metres. There were many submissions opposing this. The Council's decisions reduced this to 7.5. This was appealed to the Environment Court, but the court rejected this and confirmed a height limit of 7.5 metres, with buildings higher than this being non-compliant in the town. On the other hand, the notified plan set the height limit for Akaroa residential areas at 6 metres. This was also strongly opposed because it was too low to allow for modest two-storey dwellings with traditional gable roofs. The Council's decision set the permitted height at 7 metres. And I just note that the residential zones combined the residential conservation, which was also later covered by the Akaroa Historic Area, and the Akaroa Hill Slopes zone, which was more the rural fringe with larger lots. Supported by objectives and policies recognising the importance of Akaroa's heritage and amenity values, other rules limited the size and location of buildings and required design and appearance evaluation in the town centre, residential conservation and hill slope zones. The Akaroa Historic Area, along with a large number of protected and notable buildings and trees, were listed in the Banks Peninsula plan. The Trust continued with its advocacy in resource consent cases, including Environment Court decisions that set good case law for Akaroa. And I'll just elaborate a little bit on why that scale, the bulk and scale thing was actually so important at the time, because these townhouses that were being built, they usually involved the demolition of a smaller old building, and that in turn affects the viability of the remaining buildings, because their value is seen more in the value of the land than in the value of the building. So when that sort of development is permitted, it actually has a significant effect on the viability. And the other thing that affects the viability is the potential reduction in the amenity of those remaining, sometimes quite tiny historic buildings, their privacy, sunlight and views, and that reduces their attractiveness and the ability to use them as an attractive commercial or premises or a dwelling. So the current Christchurch District Plan was developed in the context of earthquake recovery and under a special order in council. However, the provisions for Akaroa remain substantially the same as those in the BP plan, recognising that they've been effective in protecting the special amenity of the town, while also providing well for commercial and residential use and development. The current objectives and policies for residential areas build on, and in some aspects, in my view, strengthen the intent of those in the BP plan in relation to character and amenity. And I concur with the assessments of Ms. Cotton in relation to these. I highlight this background to show the level of care there is for Akaroa and the enormous amount of work, voluntary work I might add, over many years by the Akaroa Civic Trust and many others that has gone into its protection. Commercial activity in residential areas. Akaroa has a large mixed-use commercial zone, a section of the zone that is substantially residential in nature. A number of businesses take place in former dwellings. This mix of commercial and residential activities gives a vibrancy and small-scale charm to the town centre and supports the viability of heritage buildings by allowing a change of use. While the commercial zone rules provide some protections for residential amenity, those who choose to live there will expect commercial activity around them. In Akaroa, this means visitors, at times in large numbers, and the businesses that provide hospitality to them. In the residential zone, however, there is an expectation that any commercial activity will be small scale and likely to take place within existing dwellings. Where there is new development, this would be expected to fit within the bulk and location rules for the residential zone. Objectives, policies and rules in the plan support commercial activity only where it does not have a significant adverse effect. So by way of example, I note that the council recognised this in 2020 when it proposed plan change 4 to limit adverse effects of Airbnb type operations on residential areas and to direct commercial type accommodation to commercial areas. I understand that the garden itself is not an activity that can be allocated to the commercial zone, and that there are current activities on the site that have been legally established, albeit with some questions as to whether all conditions have been met. I note also that Akaroa, like other tourist towns, has a severe housing shortage for low-income people and seasonal workers. Urban design and character and amenity. The proposed cafe is significantly higher than the permitted building height of 7 metres. I can find no reasoning for this excess height. Building height has been identified as a particularly important design and appearance matter in Akaroa. The Trust believes that there is no need for the cafe building to exceed 7 metres and that this would create an unacceptable precedent for future buildings in the area. And the Trust asks that the height of the cafe is lowered to below 7 metres. I generally concur with Ms Cotham's assessments in relation to urban design and amenity, and in particular that the cafe design will appear commercial in nature. I cannot think of another dwelling in Akaroa or any other building with the curved forms and roof line of the proposed cafe. Precedent and future use. The Trust is very concerned about the potential for this proposal to create a precedent for other commercial proposals. I do not agree that Linton and its site is unique. There are a number of other dwellings, historic or otherwise, and fine gardens in the residential area that might be attractive for paying visitors and hospitality activities should the owners choose to do this. And I heard Dr. Andrews yesterday give you a list of some of these potential other similar, quite similar properties. One matter that is really given any consideration in these cases is the future use of buildings. Tourism and food hospitality in particular is a notoriously fickle business. What will happen if or when the cafe business closes, or even the garden itself ceases to trade for one reason or another? And I don't think this is just being speculative or hypothetical here. I mean, we've seen all too well in the last few years the sudden shock that tourism can experience. And I think there will be more to come in the future. I strongly believe that. That is not a comment on anyone's abilities or their desires or capabilities in this matter. In the commercial zone, the premises would likely be taken over by another business. That may not be possible in this case. The cafe and entrance building are frankly commercial, both in design and configuration. In the residential area, commercial activities are usually established in existing dwellings and can easily revert to their former use. In this case, there's potential for the buildings to become redundant and run down. I suggest that buildings of a more domestic nature would not only better fit into the residential area, but also provide some future proofing. Now regarding accessibility, the application cites improved accessibility for people with mobility difficulties as a positive effect, and support for this is a feature of many of the submissions. Ms. Cottam notes that the applicant does not provide any plans in relation to this. My last visit to the Giant's Garden was with my elderly mother. She had no trouble walking up the driveway, but found walking around the garden itself quite a challenge, and kept close by her side in case of tripping or falling. And much of the garden is not easily accessible for those with mobility issues. Alternative ways for people to access the site, such as a small electric vehicle, have not been explored. Transport. Tourist buses are a seemingly intractable problem in Akaroa. The streets are narrow and there is no spare area for out-of-the-way parking. Buses do not fit well with the town's ambience and character. Many historic tourist towns throughout the world restrict their entry. And if you think about it, these buses are bigger or as big as some of Akaroa's little cottages, and certainly not as pretty. So they really are very out of place. Climate change is now undeniable, and I believe that world tourism, as we know it, must and will change. Akaroa seems well set up for electric shuttles, leaving buses and cars at its outskirts. Quiet, emissions-free vehicles could be used to bring visitors to the garden from other parts of the town. It may even be more economical to do this than the alternatives proposed. I know Josie to be a thinker and a leader, and I challenge you to lead the way in this. So in conclusion, the Giant's House Garden is a beloved feature of Akaroa, and the submissions in support attest to this. The commercial activity is well established and bound to continue. Nearby residents have experienced a range of unwelcome effects, and their concerns deserve very careful consideration. I believe that aspects of this proposal could be scaled back or alternatives considered that would reduce the frictions that have arisen while still allowing this garden to flourish. It's a significant tourist attraction, but we should not lose sight of the fact that it is the attraction of Akaroa itself that brings many visitors to the garden. So to refer back to the environmental plan of 50 years ago, benefits brought by tourism should enhance the special qualities of Akaroa and not degrade them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've captured that tension really well. You've captured that tension really well in terms of providing for existing activities, but balancing the need to protect neighbours and the surrounding environment. Did you listen to the presentations yesterday? Did you have a chance to?
Yes, but as I say, it was quite difficult to hear some of them, and the sound kept dropping out. Yeah.
Just a question in terms of the new buildings. We've had the two new proposed buildings.
Yes.
We had evidence that they're of a similar scale that you might expect in terms of residential of activity in the area. So is the concern more about the form and the appearance as opposed to the size?
Well, I think I don't understand why the cafe building's so high. I mean, most Akaroa residences fit well within that 7 metre height limit, so that's a particular concern.
Yeah.
I think that it needs to be lower. To me, the rounded forms are out of place. I can't think, and I meant to bring a copy of the design guidelines, because I actually think there's a building like that in there as an example of what's not to do in Akaroa, but I'm sorry, I haven't brought that.
No, that's
that is different. It's very, very different. I personally don't have problems with colour and anything but beige, really, but I think they are very commercial. The entrance building is less problematic, I think. Although the question of what might happen to it in the future is an important one.
I didn't have any other questions. I think again you've highlighted that the tensions very well, and there is a lot to think about. So again, in the history of the planning professions as a planner,
Yes, well, I think
it's always interesting anyway.
a lot of us have we go way back, so I thought that might be helpful.
Yeah, no, it's helpful to see the context. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jan. Right, we seem to be running fairly well ahead again in terms of time. Mr. Birch is next. Your submission is a little bit lengthier, so rather than interrupt you halfway, this might be a good time to stop from morning tea and take a 15-minute coffee break, if that suits everyone. Unless there's somebody who wants to go. I think there's no one else here yet, so if that suits, we'll break now for a quarter of an hour if that suits everyone. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, let's trickle
that's
this
right.
up and we'll come back.
All right. My name is Ronald Birch, and I'm a retired accountant. Since retiring in Akaroa, I've taken on the role of treasurer for the Lions Club at Akaroa Bays. I've recently joined the Garden Tane Committee, and I'm a member of the men's shed where I donate my time to building rodent traps and helping pest-free banks community for the like. So trying to be involved in the community. My wife is Mary Powell. She's a retired communications consultant. We live at number 76 Rue Balbury, being both adjacent to and also directly below the proposed developments at number 74. These developments aimed primarily at significantly expanding the Giants House commercial footprint, and I use the word footprint because it may not increase the activity, but certainly the footprint, are on an L-shaped section that wraps itself around their property. At street level, number 74 sits right alongside us and transverses across our rear boundary, completely surrounding us on two sides. As such, we are very much affected by the proposed developments, hence this lengthy and detailed submission opposing proposed expansion. And I'm going to add at this point, we live in our garden, front and rear. We grow our own vegetables, we're almost self-sufficient, it's all organically done, there's no treated timber. So we're out there all the time, it's a lot of work. So we have a pretty good understanding of the effect around our property because we grow both at the front and the back. And unlike the point that was made in the legal submission, which focused on the north-facing aspects of properties, we are affected at the back of the property as well, at our garden. And any noise over the fence or around the neighbourhood does affect us directly. It's a matter of lifestyle to be able to potter around in the garden, and anything that adversely affects that, it has to be looked at. And we're not alone. I know that the Crumbs 2 doors down have got their barbecue and entertainment area out the back, so it's not just the north-facing side. And the Marshes next door have a hot tub entertainment area out the back as well. And the back of the gardens with the hills going up is actually the sunniest place, is behind the house on the rear. So just focusing on the front is something you might do from an office, but not when you actually live there. Okay, so I'll just make that comment. Now, considerations of the proposed activity. In reviewing the adverse effects of the Giants House, past, present and proposed, it helps to have an understanding of the existing residential character that is under threat. And if I can have photo 1 up, please. This is standing outside number 74, looking up the hill, and you can see there's only about another 100 metres or so before you start breaking into the countryside. And the area blends into it. There are houses up there, but with the nature of the tree, which blends in with the forest behind, you don't see them. And if we could have the other slide, next slide, see number 2. This is exactly the same spot looking down the hill. Now that's all houses all the way down, but again, with all the shrubbery and the trees and the houses being set back, you don't see them. And there you've got the little bit of rural aspect on the side where the buses park. And so this is now the first point I'd make here is when the Giants House is closed, this is what a nice, quiet, peaceful, semi-residential street it is. You know, that's what it should be like. That's what we bought into 20 years ago when we bought our property. Okay, so that's what, like, as I say, what life should be like. Now, if we move on to photo number 3, this is the house exactly opposite the proposed new entrance to the Giants House at number 74. As you can see, it's a nice house, beautifully screened with trees and things, all very discreet. Trees growing up the hillside behind it. It blends in beautifully with the surrounding country. It's very discreet and very modest. And moving on to number 4. This is the next house to us. That's the Marshes house. He's a landscape gardener. You heard him speaking yesterday. And as you can see, he's got native trees and foliage, all screening his house. It's a very modest Department of Education house, built about 1960 or 1970. But he's made a nice job blending it in with the surrounding hills. And looking up behind, look at all those trees and the general nature of the area. And the next slide, please. That's the same house to the bottom right. There's the house next door, again, hidden behind foliage and shrubbery. And there's a drive up there. And there's about 3 houses here, and there's another one coming from the other side. So there are actually 4 houses or so up there. But because of the nature of the trees and the foliage, they are all discreetly tucked away to blend in with the environment. And that's the environment we're talking about here that's under threat.
If you go to the next slide, that's those same two houses up there. There's all the trees. Those are wattles, so they're not native, but a lot of the other stuff is native. And these houses discreetly tucked away, and there's another two houses you can't even see. So, you know, we don't, the houses aren't all trying to thrust themselves out and saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. They're discreet and well set back. Number 7, this is just below number 68, the existing drive, and it's another property here on the north side of the street. Again, nicely shrubbed and set back. And number 8, next slide. That's Mr. Crump's house, again behind trees and set back in the tree line. So, you know, I think the pictures speak for themselves. So we move on to the next one. This is just, again, from outside number 74, looking up the street. You can see the rural nature behind us. And that's our house just to the right there with our deck. And again, we've got shrubbery and stuff growing up the front. And in the summer months, when the grapevine comes out, you can't even see that pagoda. It's just totally covered in greenery. And lots of people often stop outside our house and say, what a nice job you've done, you know. Okay, so the next picture, 11A. This is the top of our house here. And this was prior to the Martins acquiring the land behind. The Giant's house is actually up about here somewhere. And those trees, many of which were lovely mature natives, completely screened that property, so it was discreet, it was tucked away, and it was not an issue. Okay, and then the next slide. This is it now. All those trees are gone. The house looms out over the top of us. These statues loom out over there, and there's going to be a giant great cafe looming out over here. You know, and this, I think that demonstrates, in fact, as we see it anyway, we personally find that to be very adverse. So with the trees all gone, you're now getting the visual element, plus also the noise that those trees cut back, because they did, there was a thick foliage. The noise now projects itself from the Giant's house more. And something that's not in my original, but there's flooding from with the trees all cleared, we now have significant flooding and water coming down onto our section. And it is really bad. And it's destroying our organic garden. Now, there's been no attempt to date to retain the existing trees and to screen buildings with them. And I make the comment, this philosophy appears to be prevalent in the proposed expansions, with both of the two proposed new buildings, cafe and entrance, not being softened to any significant leafy plantings. So I use the term leafy because those cypress type trees actually, to me, are quite hard. And they are not leafy trees that fit in with the leafy hillside that we're talking about here. All the adjacent neighbours all have soft leafy trees, mostly evergreen, and even the plantings are actually quite hard. So going on to the history, when we purchased our house at 76 Rue Valbury about 20 years ago, at that time the Giant's house was not an issue. Back then the volume of visitors and tourists was modest. There were virtually no trucks or buses or camper vans, and the attraction itself was discreetly tucked away on a back section behind mature screening trees, which you've all seen. These trees hid the Giant's house from view, held back water, and reduced the noise emanating from up there. However, unbeknown to us, we had what we consider to be an insidious growth in our midst. I did use the term cancer originally, but my wife suggested I strike that, but that's how I feel it. Increasingly, the visitor volume grew, and with it, traffic, noise, commotion, and vehicle fumes, generally shattering the peace of the immediate neighbourhood. Then the attractive mature trees that had screened the Giant's house from view were all bulldozed down, opening up the street view to a dominant, overbearing sight that for us blighted the semi-residential character of the area and the streetscape in general. And with their removal, we found that noise to be much more noticeable. And finally, these trees had efficiently absorbed the moisture from rainfall, and with their removal, we became significant subjects to significant water runoff and flooding. And I know when those trees were there and there was no fence, and we'd go up there, and the ground there was dry, was absolutely dry, whereas the ground over to the left there was no trees, was always very sodden. And so those trees provided a good service. That was all then followed by construction and landscaping of the downside hill, more noise and activity that has shattered what previously had been relative calm and peace. Having firmly established itself in the neighbourhood, the business then proceeds to expand, taking over and destroying its residential host in the process. And that's where we find ourselves today, with this much already expanded commercial activity now seeking to expand even further, dominating ever more of our residential neighbourhood with additional commercial structures and landscaping that are totally out of character with the existing leafy semi-rural residential neighbourhood. Furthermore, next point, we are now finding ourselves surrounded by commercially related activity on three sides, and that's the boundary across the back, the boundary up the side, and of course out the street you've got all the buses and the tourist traffic. So on three sides we are affected by the client's house. So what has transpired with this residential zoning that is supposed to safeguard the character and the well-being of our leafy residential neighbourhood? But to date it doesn't seem to be doing so. It's not working. Now, an internet search of the term residential zoning, and this is irrespective of the district town plan, it's just the general understanding of residential zoning, produces consistent themes that emphasise retention of the residential character of an area. That's universal, and the well-being of its residents, that's also universal. This is Wikipedia or anywhere. This is the primary purpose of residential zoning. It is not for the purpose of commercial development, nor the economic benefit of tourism to a community, bringing money into the town, providing employment, providing a better attraction or experience for tourists or holidaymakers, improving access to commercial activities, nor any other similar economic benefits that might be put forward as the case for the proposed very significant commercial expansion. And specifically, it is not to enhance the experience of a broad range of visitors. The typical definition of residential zoning purposes is the primary purposes of zoning is to segregate uses that are thought to be incompatible. In practice, zoning is used to prevent new development from interfering with existing users and to preserve the character of a community and the well-being of its residents. Primary purpose, irrespective of the district plan. Now, the district plan doesn't contradict that, but when I was looking up this, I came across documents from New York Council, Sydney Council, Auckland Council. They all say the same thing. It's universally accepted that's what residential zoning is all about. And our Christchurch City Council is no exception. You've all heard this definition before, but I'll say it again because it leads into what I say. Akaroa is a smaller settlement characterised by its historical colonial form and architecture, relatively narrow streets, distinctive residential building, and well-treed properties. The character of the settlement is highly valued and the district plan seeks to retain that character. Non-residential activities that are not compatible with the character of the residential Banks Peninsula zone are controlled, and I'll say that, controlled in order to mitigate adverse effects of the character and amenity of the area. Allowing the proposed further expansion of the Giant House as applied for would, in my view, not constitute being controlled as envisaged in the district plan and only makes way for the increased adverse effects that the plan is specifically designed to prevent or mitigate. The Giant's House is already a significant commercial activity, well exceeding the activity levels on which its original 2001 approval was based. So it is already bigger and having more adverse effect than originally intended or ever envisaged. Okay. Now just to go on about some of those effects, the adverse effects, the Giant's House tourist attraction, while recognised as a successful and interesting Akaroa feature, is at total odds with its neighbouring resident properties and already has an extremely detrimental effect on the life, the peace, the tranquility and the well-being of its adjacent neighbours. Included in these adverse effects are: 1, visual impact. The properties adjacent to and across the road from the Giant's House are attractive, conservative, discreet homes, all set back from the street and carefully screened by informal greenery and residential gardens, and you saw that. By contrast, the Giant's House, by its very nature, and this is the point, its very nature, seeks to be loud, bold, overly colourful, oversized, and an in-your-face overt projection of its commercial theme. Its saving grace had been that it was confined to a rear section previously screened from street view by mature established trees. However, that's now all changed with the removal of these trees and present attempts to expand the business down the hillside to street level. Despite consent not yet being issued, further commercial development is already well advanced through landscaping, the enormous stairway, art sculptures, and formal regimented plantings. Now, those sculptures we talk about here are already on number 74. They're appearing, and the pathways now are already here. As a result, the site already imposes itself dominantly above its more subdued residential neighbours, adversely affecting their street appeal and market value. Now, I know market value is not apparently a matter that can be considered from a legal context, but it certainly is something that's very real to us people that live here. So, for better for worse, that's how we feel. Adding an imposing commercial entrance building at street level of a large two-storey cafe looming over its neighbour only seeks to dominate the immediate neighbourhood even more, completely destroying the local, semi-rural and leafy residential character in the process. Now, through her indicative screening vegetation plan, the applicant has since indicated an intention to screen the lower gardens with trees and greenery so as not to be visible from the street. And if carried out, this could afford some belief. I'll accept that. However, that still leaves other dominant aspects, such as the proposed cafe and entrance building to contend with, neither of which, from what I can see, show any substantial screenings. So they still appear to be pretty dominant. Now, with reference to the Council November 2020 notification report, the assessments prepared for the Council are generally adverse. Now, this is done by Council employees who I feel have got no extra grind. They're not being paid by the applicant to provide something to support their case. I would consider Council employees to be totally impartial. And their commentary was this: residential character. In reference to the existing environment of the Rue Balgary streetscape, the entry building will have an adverse visual impact on the streetscape and residential amenity that are more than minor, including the amenity and privacy of neighbours. And that would certainly be true of Mr. Crump's situation. The entrance building and the steps ramp, there are aspects of the entry building that compromise the residential nature of the street and the semi-rural and informal qualities of the street stream. They include limited vegetation to the size of the building and a substantive area of hardscaping walls to the front and sides of the building and the extent of glazing. So that's, as I said, that's an impartial report. Commercial character. The extent and scale of the glazing appears more commercial rather than residential in nature, in combination with hard landscape elements, both within the site and adjacent to the street. These will substantially detract from the semi-rural quality and amenity of the location. In other words, the Council's own initial assessment of the proposed entrance building and the accessway indicated that it was at odds with the residential and semi-rural nature of the area, and therefore went entirely against the purpose and intended protection afforded by residential zoning. Since that time, various consultants have been employed to provide independent, objective assessments. However, their opinions do vary. I note that some are more inclined towards it, and they seem to be mostly the ones employed by Josie, and some are less inclined to be for it. Notwithstanding their varied views, for the local residents who have to live here, the increased adverse effects will be most unwelcome and definitely more than minor. And at the end of the day, we're the ones that got to live with it. The original application was based on an entrance building 4.1 metres high and only 1.1 metres set back from the street boundary. The intention clearly at that time was all about maximum commercial exposure. That's as I see it, by thrusting the entrance building as far out into the street as possible and as high as possible. And that in itself, I believe, exposes the true purpose of this proposed expansion. And that's true. The plan has since been modified because of objections to be 5 metres back, however, still allows for a commercial building protruding 2.5 metres further than the existing house on site, and which, with proposed raised ground level, is also 2 metres higher than the existing building. So with the adjacent building at number 76, that's our place, being 7 metres back from the boundary, and the adjacent building at number 72, that's Mr. Crump's property, being even further back, this still leaves the proposed new entranceway building and its hardscape commercial appearance well out into the street, way beyond its two adjacent neighbours. So it still will be dominant because of the fact that the other houses are set further back. Okay. Now, the hard glass and concrete structure is still, in our opinion, out of character of the neighbourhood, and this is accentuated by the effective front height of almost 5 metres achieved by raising the ground level under the front of the building. If you look at the plans that came in, it shows the original landscape, and then it shows the raised section. So the proposed new building is almost twice as high as the existing house that's there from the street angle. So even now, with the 5 metre setback requirement, as the plan stands, the proposed building still tends to be commercially dominant and at odds with the residential neighbours. Ideally, it could minimally be set back 7 metres of boundary so as to not to dominate the immediate neighbourhood by protruding out beyond the adjacent buildings, and it could appropriately be softened with greenery front and side in line with the neighbours. In the same vein, the proposed cafe also comes under adverse assessment. On visual impact, there are a number of elements that potentially increase the visual impact of the proposal and lessen its domestic quality. In combination with these, hardscape elements will result in a more evident commercial use rather than domestic appearance, particularly when populated by visitors. Now, when council asked for an effective landscape plan to mitigate these effects, none was forthcoming, and essentially the request sidestepped. The wording, as I remember, was something to think, oh, well, it's an evolving thing and I can't really say how it will go yet. However, since that time, considerable landscaping and the new mosaic structures have appeared on the land in question, and it is apparent that the development is in fact already proceeding to a well-formulated plan, even though there is as yet no approvals for such development. So on the one hand, we're saying, no, I can't come up with something yet, and on the other hand, I'm going ahead and building and developing a plan. So with the existing Giant's House character being bold, overly colourful, oversized and in your face, plus the indication of a bright yellow colour for the proposed cafe, it is assumed that the proposed cafe and entranceway will be similarly dominating and visually obtrusive. In this regard, the indicative screening vegetation plan seems to offer no respite. Not surprising, since the whole nature of the Giant's House is to stand out, not to fit it. That's the whole characteristic of it. Now, expanded activity, an additional point that is not only is the proposed sculptural garden effectively doubling size, the existing garden sits on a relatively flat land high above the street. So until recently, it had been a lot less visible. Now, the expansion that's already underway, and I repeat that, it's already underway, however, now cascades down the slope, ultimately right down to street level. So it is therefore highly visible and the effect will be much more noticeable. Again, there's an indicative screening plan that's since emerged, but it remains to be seen how effective this might be against the otherwise adverse effects previously noticed. And it still leaves the proposed activity double in size. So even if you do screen it, it's still a doubling in size of the activity or the footprint. Now, with regard to noise, not only have the neighbours had to endure 2 decades of what I consider to be dreary, dated French music, along with noisy tourist vehicle traffic, since the Martins' acquisition of the land at and behind numbers 72 to 78, the adjacent residents have been subject to periods of frequent and ongoing machinery and tool noise that has been part of the development and maintenance of this property. There has been the earth-moving machinery that tore down all the existing trees, including natives, and recontoured the land. After that, the construction of a large steel staircase involving welding, hammering and grinding. And on an ongoing basis, there is the noisy petrol-powered weed whacking that goes on for often about 5 hours or so daily, sometimes over 2 days. So typically, what happens is the weed whacker starts up 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it goes right through to about 11 o'clock when the Giant's House opens. It then stops till 4, and then it starts up again at 4 o'clock and goes through to 7 o'clock at night. And if it's not done that day, it goes on again for part of the next day. Now, I know that other domestic residents can also have power tools and leaf blowers and things, but they only go for 20 minutes, half an hour, so they don't go on over most of the day and into the next day. For a decade now, it has been a continual source of noise and development that shatters the peace and tranquility of what would otherwise be a pleasant, quiet neighbourhood. And of course, the proposed new additional developments would see more construction activity and noise over the period. And I accept that if it wasn't this, it would be a couple of houses or something, and I accept that, but I'm just saying it as we've had it. We've had it for 10 years now, and it's still ongoing, and we've had a guts full of it. Now, a further factor that unfortunately is not controlled or regulated yet, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but probably outside the scope of this hearing, is the nature of the noise. It's all very well confining noises to set volume levels, but what about the nature and the aggravating factors? Repetitive noises such as continual hammering, engine revving, dog barking, reverberating bass music and the like, even when not particularly loud, can all be extremely unpleasant for neighbours that have to endure them. And that's what we've got here. You go out in your back garden to have a nice peaceful little weeding and carrying on out there, and all you're constantly aware of in this background is this French music or the weed whacker going over the side of the fence. You know, it's horrible. In the case of the Giant's House, there's non-stop repetitive playing, as I say, music that continually permeates the neighbourhood. The same songs over and over again, up to 7 hours daily, 7 days a week, 50 odd weeks a year, year in, year out. Over the past 2 decades, the same aggravating CD has been broadcast around the neighbourhood an estimated 50,000 times. And there's nothing anybody can do to prevent this, as it doesn't exceed allowable volume levels. Now, if I turn to you and I said, would you like to listen to your favourite LP? And you say, oh yeah, I like Fleetwood Mac Rumours. So I say, okay, we'll play it. And I played it to you. And at the end, I said, well, how do you like that? You say, yeah, that was fine. Do you want to hear it again? Oh, well, not particularly. No, I insist that you hear it again. And so I'd play it again. And if I did that 7 times a day, I'd force you to sit there and listen to it, and then did the same thing again the next day and the next day and the next day. It's like Russian water torture or Chinese water torture or whatever. You know, it's just not reasonable. Now, in recent months, there has been a significant reduction in music volume, clearly an attempt to disguise the issue while this application is in progress. But, you know, we fear it will resume again once the process is over. And I'll make an observation here. Josie Martin used to travel away before COVID. She'd go away on her overseas jaunts. And while she was away, the music went down. So my assumption from that is the staff didn't like it either. You know, but as soon as she came back, up it went again. So that's just an observation for what it's worth. Now, I'm going to move on now to what have I got here? Okay, I'm going to depart here slightly. In the discussions we've had, there's been a lot of reference to people noise. Now, the noise consultants have commented on people noise being within acceptable levels, and so it's all okay, and it's never been an issue. But from our perspective, we've never been aware of people noise. It's actually almost just diverting the attention away from the real problem, because people noise to us has never been a problem. People wandering up the hills on the cruise ships, they come wandering up there, they're making noise, they wandered up the driveway, that
ticking over here, not the quality ticking numbers going to, I think it's ticking over here on the engines of these buses. Okay, so I made that point. The next, can we just move on to the film here?
Do you want the video? Yeah. One moment. Video.
This is the reality of the situation as it was pre-COVID. And this is what, if we allow it to, we'll go back to. Now, comment has been made also about the lower end of Rubalgrin. It is very narrow down there. And I personally have experienced driving down that hill and having seen a boat and trailer going down, meeting a bus coming up, and neither could move. The bus, as the bus stopped, he couldn't reverse up because cars were coming around the Main Street corner and up behind him. So the traffic was piling up down the Main Street and right down the Main Street because of that bus stuck there. And the boat with the trailer is not able to reverse uphill, and he's got cars coming up the back of him. So the whole thing's just gridlocked. And lucky for us, there's a street just before there, so I was able to turn off and go around it. But, you know, when I came back half an hour later, it was still all there. Nobody could move. It was a total disaster. And that's all caused by buses coming up Rubalgrin. And there's been newspaper articles and complaints about buses on Rubalgrin, and it's not surprising why. All right, safety. There are no footpaths in the vicinity of the Giant's house. Pedestrians, be they local or residents or visitors, adults and children alike, are required to walk on the road tarmac and out further into the street around parked vehicles. Now, the proposal to provide an extended footway up, which from number 67, should mitigate some of this risk, and I personally am all for it, even if it does slightly detract from the residential, grassy burn sort of situation. I think you've got to be a little bit practical in that regard. But there are other aspects of those traffic suggestions, including the yellow lines and all that don't necessarily come with it. Now, major concern for us were the tourist buses that park with their motors running to keep their air conditioned units. Modern buses, I've just travelled in them myself actually, and they're very glassy, you've got huge great glass windows and very panoramic, lovely to travel in, but usually, it's like being in a glass house. And if you stop the engine and park the thing for any length of time, it's going to heat up considerably. So the drivers, in trying to keep things comfortable for their passengers, leave the engines running and the air conditioning going. And so if you look at photo 19, this is outside our house. Here's our little deck where we like to sit, read a book, have our lunch. And right there, you've got a bloody great diesel engine going throop, 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 and poisonous diesel fumes coming out at you. And you're content with going to try and find the driver who's probably locked up and wandered off and asking him to turn it off. And in most cases, they oblige, but it is a potentially confrontational situation, and you could get told to bugger off. And I don't see that we should have to put up with that. And it's extremely unhealthy, and I'll come to that later. Now, the proposal contends that scheduled buses, and I use this term scheduled, I don't know how that works, as whether all buses are scheduled or some can just turn up, shall not idle for more than 5 minutes after arrival or 5 minutes before departure. Well, why, when a bus pulls up and stops, would it continue to have its engine running for 5 minutes? Surely you pull up, if you're there, your destination, you turn the engines off. 5 minutes before departure, well, I can understand that to extent, you just get the cabin pressure, temperature down again. But who's going to police this? You know, it shouldn't be up to us. And there was some comment from one of the traffic persons that the noise levels from idling buses would be below acceptable, you know, standards. Well, I don't see that when I'm on that deck there and I've got the bloody great thumping engine just 5 metres away. All right. Now, I'll move on to the proposed development itself. In the original communications with Josie Martin in 2018, and these were personal communications from Josie himself, she advised that the proposed development was on the premise that the existing walkway up to the entrance was too steep for some customers, and so the proposed new development sought to address that with, and I quote, a new, easier, gradient, meandering pathway. This justification is also reinforced in the original Davis Ogilvy application document. On page 7, a fundamental determinant for the site design and proposal is the provision of accessibility. Increasing accessibility is paramount, the design providing the incorporation of a gentle zigzag pathway. Okay, do you really need to construct an entrance building, an art gallery and a large cafe to provide a nicer gradient pathway? I don't think so. That's all just been conveniently. I personally think this whole thing of a pathway is just an excuse to bring all this other stuff in. Now, photo 21. This is the existing giant house. Pretty straightforward. It's 11 degrees. Now, I've got a Bosch electronic angle measurer, and all you do is you lay it on the slope. You move that up until the spirit level is level, and it reads out digitally the angle, and that's 11 degrees. Very straightforward. Okay. Now the gradient, if I move to photo 22, the gradient on the new pathway, and I know it's since been changed, but I'll say what I'm going to say anyway, is actually no less steep than the existing one. The slope up there is 17 degrees, and you can see that's not doctored. Those planks that in the house are all dead vertical, so it hasn't been tilted or anything. That's a straight, honest, genuine picture. And that slope up there of 17 degrees is a lot steeper than the existing one at 68. And the reason for that is the ridge of the hill goes up like that. So there's your existing pathway at 68 going up to there. And here's your slope at number 74 up there. That's 17 and that's 11. Then they've since put, and that, what's been dug out there and moving up, and since there's been mosaics and all that have appeared, so that is definitely the planned path, and that is exactly got 4 switchbacks, and it's exactly in line with the original proposals and the drawings provided by the architects. And that pathway there around the corner is 11 degrees. In fact, it's exactly the same as the existing one. So I contend the lesser gradient walkway was never part of the original design brief, and that undermines totally the supposed basis on which this whole proposed expansion is formulated. Now, since I made that observation, and the applicants obviously become aware of my observation, new modified plans have hurriedly been drawn up, and now instead of that walkway with 4 switchbacks, we've now got it redone on the drawings with 6 switchbacks, so that would make for a lesser gradient. But that late hurried amendment still brings into question the whole basis of justification that was put forward for the proposed development in the first place. And for us, this brings the integrity of the application into question. In fact, like Victoria Andrews the other day, I also see the access issue as being a red herring. Right, now proposed cafe. The design and location of the proposed cafe is obtrusive and inconsiderate, limited as is intended high above the rear of existing residential homes and gardens. With the slope, where it's sitting up there, this is like effectively having a 3-4-story building moving over here. Not only does this degrade the street aspect of our homes, it also impinges on our lifestyle and privacy. And this, despite the proposed document on page 13 referring to the cafe as being designed to sit unobtrusively within the site boundary to the southern boundary, within the site adjacent to the southern. So that's the proposed statement. If that's the case, why is the architect's submission presented in bright yellow? Now, I know you can't complain about colour, but it does beg the question, if you want it to sit unobtrusively, why would you do it in bright yellow? And of course, the vegetation screening plan doesn't cover it at all. Now, anybody familiar with safety and rescue will know that the colours orange and yellow are promoted as being the colours to wear, as they are the ones that stand out most. That's why life jackets are usually orange or yellow. I've got sea kayaks and I deliberately chose a combination of orange and yellow. Those are the colours that stand out most, and that's what this is proposed to do. How can a large, bright yellow looming building be regarded as unobtrusive? Again, the whole nature of the Giant's house is to stand out, not fit in. I can only emphasise that. And furthermore, the proposed cafe structure is not merely replacing an existing cafe as claimed. I mean, that's just a lie, in my view. It's a huge expansion on the small, modest facility that currently exists and adds an unwelcome commercial activity or structure to the adjoining residential section. So it's now moving from a small cafe that's on existing commercial activity into a neighbouring one. If we could have photo 24, please. How can you contend that this is a replacement for that? It just beggars belief, to be honest. As per its appearance, we note different options, opinions from different professional parties. However, those downplaying don't deliver that as we will, and quite frankly, we dread it. Not only will it impinge on our privacy, it dominates the street view of our property, and even though we can't say this, it negatively impacts on our property values in our view. So, while it's still there, benefits the community. While competition with other businesses may not be a matter for consideration, and I take that point, you can't oppose an application because it might be in competition with other businesses. I observe that other so-called benefits to the town are being put forward in this. So they're saying that this will be a benefit to the town, okay, and these applications. Well, I'll note. So I think I'm not opposing it from the point of view of competition, but I'm opposing it from the point of view of the other submissions that are being made. It should be noted that a typical daytime visitor to Accra would only buy one lunch. Most people only have one lunch and one morning or afternoon tea. So if you're having a cafe facility up here at the Giant's house, it would be detrimental to the existing struggling cafes down the main township. Every lunch or afternoon tea served at the Giant's house would be one less serving in an existing cafe. So where's the benefit to the town in that? So that's my contention. I'm not saying that you can't have competition. What I am saying is the case has been fought that this will benefit the town is nonsense. There's no benefit. Likewise, more time spent at the Giant's house means less time available to visit other attractions. There's not a shred of evidence that the expansion of the Giant's house, as proposed, would bring more people in Accra. People in this proposal supporting the application saying, oh, it's good for the town, it's going to bring more business. But there's not a shred of evidence. It could well be that people who are coming to Accra are coming anyway. They're not sitting over there and saying, oh, I've heard the Giant's house has expanded, let's go and see it. It could, however, divert visitors away from other local attractions, so it's hard to see it being any additional benefit town. I accept that the existing attraction is good and it's a good thing for town, but I can't accept that there's any evidence that the expanding the Giant's house will give any additional benefit to the town. And finally, the application makes mention of jobs. Well, given that the existing cafes and other businesses in town are struggling to stay open through a severe lack of staff, then added employment is not an issue. In fact, the proposed Giant's House Cafe would only further stress an existing staff shortage. So I don't see that as being a benefit. While we accept the Giant's House as a unique and valued asset for the town, we have seen no objective argument that indicates expanding business will be of any added benefit to town at all, and in fact the converse could be the case. Furthermore, in the transfer assessment prepared by Mark Gregory, the applicant herself is quoted stating that the proposal will not generate more car traffic or noticeably increase pedestrian numbers. Well, if that's the case, then surely the corollary is that there's not going to be more people coming into the town. So So, I don't see the benefit in her own assessment. In the assessment, she's quoted as saying that it won't. Now, parking currently, visitors to Giant's House might typically spend up to 45 minutes away from their home. I've heard comment that sometimes it's 15 minutes, sometimes it's 2 hours. I'm down on our front garden a lot. People pull up outside and you say hello to them. They say hello back to your little Indian family or whatever, and they wander up and 3/4 of an hour they come back. And I can tell you quite categorically that you can have average times, but you can have mean times. And the mean time, the time that most people are away is 45 minutes. So over a 3-hour period, you would be able to get 4 cars in a single parking space. One would come in, be there 45 minutes, they drive off, and another one. So it would be feasible to have 4 cars in a single space over 3 hours. But the proposed expansion is presumably designed to have visitors spend more time at the premises with more extensive gardens and mosaic sculptures, more time in the proposed shop and art gallery, and significantly more time in the cafe. So more time up at the Giant's House is going to mean more time congestion down at the parking. If visitors up there spend, say, 90 minutes, then over a 3-hour period, a single existing car park would only cater for 2 vehicles, not 4 at present. So that's only aggravating the situation. In other words, the traffic and parking situation will become a lot worse. An acknowledgement of this in the transport assessment provided by Mark Gregory, the applicant Josie Martin is quoted as agreeing that the overall parking and general access demands to the activity will increase as the general attraction of the site increases. So she agrees with me. Now, this doesn't contradict what she said earlier. She's not talking of increased visitor numbers, just longer staying times and the adverse effect of that on parking. Add to that the proposal to eliminate a good number of existing pass spaces, and the situation then deteriorates even further. Okay, now, if I could have photo 25, please. This is the one of the street plans, I think, was submitted with one of the applications. We have no problem with the provision of a proposed footpath. There are other issues with this, so especially the yellow lines and the elimination of much needed car parking. For residents like ourselves with no off-street parking, the increased competition for parking spaces resulting from longer stays and expanded Giant's House attraction and the removal of existing parking locations will be a real burden, be an added burden. And the irony is that if you reduce the car parking available in the immediate neighbourhood, then the mobile persons for whom, less mobile persons for whom this whole proposal is supposedly aimed to assist, may increasingly be required to walk further away from the attraction. So, you end up with a situation if somebody's struggling to get up 68 at the moment, now having less park space, so they've got to park down there, and that less mobile person's got to walk hundreds of metres to get there. That's sort of a nonsense. A number of them might even be put off by the prospect of this than they would have been walking up the existing incline at number 68. Now, with regard to the proposed bus parking space at number 74, I would comment this is not, and I say not, where bus drivers usually choose to park. Their preference usually seems to be on the other side of the road, so somewhere around about here. And the transport assessment himself, I'll read that out, he says in his observation that they drive up to here, passengers get out and go across to Giant's House. When they come back, he just quickly reverses around there and drives off. Dead simple. Least disrupt traffic. What we're now having proposed in this traffic thing is that they would drive up to here, they would then reverse around into here, they would then drive forward into there, and then they would back up 100 metres against opposing traffic to park outside, wherever it is, there. Does that make any sense to you? Certainly doesn't to me. Why would you tell a bus driver who knows how to drive his bus and who's already determined what's the quickest and safest and expedient thing to do, that no, he shouldn't do that. He should do what I, a transport consultant, say you should do. Sitting at my desk, and I've never driven a bus in my life, I think that you should do this, this, and that. I think that's just a nonsense. You may disagree with me. If they were to continue, and I make this continue parking over here, then even with the engines idling for 5 minutes, that's going to be the least fumes and noise for anybody with an outside there. So I totally oppose having the bus parking outside number 74. Okay, the disabled car park, well, when that first appeared, it was shown as being right slap bang in the middle of our parking, which was bugging us up completely because we don't have any off-street parking. But I would concede now that it's now been proposed that it's put down that end, which is right under the power line, so they can have all the birds shitting on there, because that's what happens if you park there. That's what happens. You've got the birds there, you come back and your car's a mess. But they can park there, and we will still have two car parks. Now, I say this because I'm often out and I know these things. You know, as people sitting in offices drawing up plans and things, they don't. Anyway, now I'm going to go on to adverse health habits. The health hazards of idling buses, such as those in the large tourist buses visiting the Giant's House and routinely parked outside the homes of adjacent numbers, is well known and documented. Now, I have got, and you've got it in mission, you've got it in the original thing, I've got about 6 or 8 sources there, but I'm only quoting 2 of them. The American Cancer Society says, diesel exhaust is made up of many different harmful substances. Both the gases and soot of diesel exhaust contain polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Health concerns about diesel exhaust relate not only to cancer, but also to other health problems such as lung and heart disease. And that's a pretty authoritative quote. And likewise, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, diesel exhaust is designated carcinogenic to humans. It contains significant levels of particulate matter. These particles can lodge deep into the lung and heart and are linked to premature death, aggravated asthma, and decreased lung function. And the other ones that I'm not quoting, but they're on record, are the Scientific American Journal, the NZ Transport Authority, Land Transport Authority, US Truck News, the US Environmental Protection Agency, and the USA Conservation Law Trust. Now, I think that's pretty convincing, and that's despite comments I've heard that bus engines and that are all highly regulated these days, and therefore, you know, downplaying that they propose any problem. If that was the case, you wouldn't have buses idling engines being banned from outside schools in New York and other countries around the world. There's a problem there. So in conclusion, there are strong cases proposing the proposed expansion of the Giant's House for commercial activity in Akaroa. These include incompatibility with residential zoning laws and their intended purpose, being visual degradation, aggravation to the neighbours in form of undue activity, noise, disturbance and harmful, unhealthy vehicle fumes. However, there's more to this matter than to the proposed development. Even without the proposed expansion, there are serious matters surrounding the existing vehicle activity associated with the Giant's House. Not only should this application for expansion of Giant's House be severely scrutinised and resisted, additionally, the existing traffic pre- and post-COVID concerning tourist buses in particular need to be addressed. There has already been adverse published surrounding their movement through the town and up the lower sections of Rue Valkyrie. As highlighted earlier, visitor vehicles additionally pose significant health risks, noise and aggravations to the residents of Upper Valkyrie. So there's a problem at upper and lower. And as I pointed out earlier, there's also worry concern as to ground stability and resilience to heavy rain with the tree removal and ground contouring work that has transpired at number 74. And we struggle, as I go back to that point, we struggle to grow some crops in now because the gardens are just sodden and it's all what's just coming through under the ground. And when it really rains, and we've all seen this now with Gisborne, and we've even had the weather bombs over in the eastern bays and that, and we've had a huge slip up Rue Valkyrie further up. When it really rains and it's pelting, my wife says, shit, I hope that bloody hill behind us doesn't all come down on the back of our property, because that's a real worry for us. So to repeat, we accept that the existing Giant's House is good for the town, but expanding it as proposed may add no additional benefit and only be detrimental to both neighbouring residents and other competing businesses. Now, if I could have number 26, please. 26, please.
Yeah, no.
There it is. Now, this was 1 February weekend. I can count them, but it's including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can see at least 14 people on that hillside in one split instant of a second. You know, and that was when that was when it was that was in 2021 when New Zealand was closed to foreigners. So that was just local visitors. No tour buses, just the local people coming to visit. And there's 14 people in that picture. So what does that tell you about the numbers being proposed? That's in 1 second in time. So how many are going to have an hour? There's a lot of trade going on for the existing community, even without overseas tourists and proposed expansion. And that lot certainly were put off by the inclined. Is the proposed development really necessary? Not really. Is it desirable? Not really. And so I repeat, I think that the numbers that we've seen banded and the studies been taken are totally out of reality. Now, finally, not finally, but just this entranceway is at number 68. So you've got the Crump's house over here, and you've got another house there, you've got trees up there. People can come and go. And so we're not aware of them. And I think Paul Crump is less aware of them because they've got these trees and they're going up there. So they don't actually pose much of a problem just being pedestrians. But if you, is it possible to go back to the previous picture? Is that sure. Yep. Now, that's Mr. Crump's home there. And that's a double culvert there. So this, and the proposed entranceway comes in there. And you have a bus parked here. So what does that tell you? Anybody parking their cars down there is going to walk across the road, and walk right across the corner of Mr. Crump's drive and into the entranceway. And that really impacts on their privacy. And not only that, they've got 2 territorial dogs who bark at anything that goes past. So with a constant stream of visitors going across there, it's just going to be a nightmare for people in the surrounding neighbourhood. I know you could point the finger at Mr. Crump for that, but that's the way the things are. And I think there'll be quite an issue. So summing up, the presentation began with generally accepted purposes of residential zoning, which is the retention of the existing residential character and the well-being of its residents. Allowing the proposed application to proceed in its current form does nothing towards achieving this. In fact, the Giants House commercial activity as it already exists is totally contrary to this, and if anything needs to be curtailed. And the various consultants' reports all make the observation that the activity has already expanded significantly over and above what was given consent. Considering this proposed application within the framework of the district plan implies to be controlled or restricted accordingly. As such, it is considered that there is no justification in improving either the proposed new cafe or entrance building. Especially, as highlighted earlier, the original plans did not provide the easier walking gradient, was the supposed justification of this development, and the proposed new structure certainly do nothing tangibly worthwhile either for the neighbourhood or the town as a whole. That's it from me.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, there's a lot of information in there. I just like to ask you, some of the questions I've asked previous submitters and experts around the existing activity. It's operating, as we've heard, under the existing 2001 consent. Sure. Some read that as having little few restrictions on, say, the number of people that can come, leaving it open for interpretation. So what we've heard now is that the applicant is proposing a cap on numbers and putting some limits or parameters around what is and can happen on the site. Do those changes, do you think, help in any way to alleviate some of your concerns?
If they were actively applied and controlled and monitored, then I couldn't say no. I think if there were strong mitigation on some of these things put in, I'd be prepared to make some compromise. It's just that as things stand and the history we've had, I mean, it appears to me from listening to others that certain restrictions and things that were supposedly in place don't appear to be adhered to, that certain things have happened without consents being issued, and so it's not a good history. Some people were actually quite pointed in that. I have some doubts, but you'd have to weigh it on its own. You'd have to see with all of this and a proposed new plan, in my view, and then view it as a whole.
Sure.
I wouldn't like to be drawn on just that, and then some elements that you might have wanted aren't there, and other elements that are added. You'd need to see a whole new proposal. It might be a new proposal with the cafe either not there, or some modified structure, well screened, not so high. The entrance way further back, better screening, and I would even wonder about this may or may not impact the entrance way too big in the centre of the section rather than across the Crunts Drive. So I think you'd have to look at the whole picture and come up with something as a package that was acceptable, including restrictions on numbers and things. But I do have some doubts about how you do that 80 per hour, because at the moment, even with our overseas people, it was never just 80 an hour. As some of those photos I showed, there was 14 on the pathway at once, and that was just local New Zealand visitors, from Christchurch. So, I'd be prepared to concede it could do, but I'd have a wee bit of scepticism about the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious too, as a neighbour, does it make a difference that the activity is concentrated between only certain hours of the day? So it's 10 to 5 or 10 to 4. Does that?
No, I don't.
Doesn't make a difference.
I don't see that. And in fact, as I said, apart from the buses and that, to date the people haven't been an issue for us. I'm not sure if given what the neighbours at the back said up the hillside, where they were adjacent to the Giant's house, and they were certainly more conscious of the visitors. I'm not sure if the garden cascades down closer to us, whether that would become a factor for us also. At this stage, because there's a garden between us and the existing Giant's house operation, we don't hear them. We hear the music, hate that, but don't hear the people.
So given, you would have seen yesterday Mr. Compton-Mowen's cross-section had a few plants, or a few trees noted.
Yeah.
And given the applicant's intention is to develop this area as a treed or woodland type garden area, over time the trees would become established and grow and provide some screening. Does that give any?
Oh yeah, if that really does happen, and if the trees, those cypress, I think they're cypress type trees, I don't particularly like them, but if they're close together, they will create a screen, and then it would be nice if there was something softer and leafier in front of those. So they become an effective screen, but they are still quite hard in their elements. So if there's something in front of those, that would help. The trees that Josie's planted along our rear boundary, I'm happy with. That gives us a degree more privacy, and likewise, so if it was more in the way of leafy, native-y type things, but that tends not to be the character of the garden. That's quite, and the types of plantings are, when you're up there and you're wandering around, it's really lovely, lovely little flower beds and formal plants like that, and that fits in that context, but it doesn't fit in the context of against the general street. It's totally at odds with the street.
And just one last question. I may have misunderstood what you were saying, but in terms of the way the bus movements are intended to work, I had the impression, and I could be wrong, and I can ask the council to confirm, but I had the impression that buses were intended to come up Rue Balbury, turn right into Rue Cashelot, and then reverse back around, as opposed to making an extra movement where they go up, reverse, and.
Oh well, but okay. If they drove into Rue Balbury and then reversed up, that's even worse. So I know they've got cabins at the back, but that's actually worse, isn't it, than reversing into a busy street. And one thing I had in here, and I must know that was accidentally omitted and getting carried away. Sorry.
That's all right.
Up beyond us, you've actually got to go up to Purple Peak Road, and that's where the 40k sign is. But it's all countryside from there right down to nearly just above our place. So everybody ignores it. They see this 40k sign and they just keep going because you're still in countryside. And then they hit round about where our house is, just above our house, and then they take their foot off the throttle and they're halfway down Rue Balgary before they're actually doing 40. And if you've ever observed like cars going into Titap, when we see the 50k thing, we take our foot off the throttle. So by the time we come level with the sign, we're down to 50k. But most people drive right up to the sign at 80k and then take their foot off. So they're halfway into Titap. Well, the same thing happens here. They come roaring down here and then they take their foot off somewhere around about here and they're about down here somewhere. Well, the thought of a bus driving in here and then reversing out, even with cameras on the back, he's not going to see something coming down there. I think that's highly dangerous personally. I think that's ludicrous. I think the safest manoeuvre is what the buses are doing now. And surely the bus drivers themselves know, and that's to pull in here, just park there, wait till the people come back, and then just reverse in there because not much traffic up and down here, and drive forward. That's it. That surely is the most safest thing to do. And why would the drivers be doing that? Because they know their job. And just told otherwise, it's just crazy. But that's just my observation.
I think that's helpful. Just want to make sure I understood what you were saying. So
yeah,
thank you very much for
your
time and patience to Everly.
Oh, sorry, I got on too long. I got
No,
a bit
that's
emotional there.
It's fine. Now that's taken us to 12:30, and we are doing pretty well for time. Next spitters are due to come in at 1:30, I think. So we may as well just break now. I don't think there's anyone here who hasn't spoken yet. So I think we'll break now until the next spitters come in at 1:30, rather than try and mess around with the timetable too much. So we'll break till 1:30.
Rightio.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Waiting on anybody else?
No, happy to keep going.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Heading into the afternoon session with a few submitters now who are dialing in online. Understand that Mr. Stronach is online, so we might go to you first and then come back to Geraldine if she's online after that, if that suits.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Well, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what that is. I'm actually on a ship off Perth at the moment, and the connection.
Okay.
The weather's quite rough here, and the connection via the Starlink up to doing a video as well as audio. But can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please. We'll take advantage of you being there and the connection being good.
Okay. I represent the Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents Association. And from our point of view, there's a general feeling that the level and standard of planning in our area is lacking in some respects. You know, that's been talking both detail and strategy. We see a lack of foresight, no clear vision on how the township and the Eastern Base is going to develop. And, you know, we don't really know what it's going to look like in 30 years' time. You know, our area is not the same as the central city. And maybe the planners struggle with that a bit. You know, at the same time, we have some obvious problems: traffic management, water supply, wastewater, you know, the usual stuff, affordable housing, and the very seasonality, you know, the high level of seasonality and what happens. It's like we're talking about a special little ecosystem, and it's all a bit fragile. And you need to be careful about fiddling with it or upsetting it with something that might be inappropriate. So the existing planning system, not so good from our point of view, but it's the one we have, and we need to work within that to get the best outcomes that we can. The very worst scenario would be to see the planning for a better future undermined by creeping incrementalism. And that's what we're talking about in this case, in the case of this application. You know, it started off small, I think modest was the word, got bigger, and in a way it wants to be gigantic. Maybe that's not appropriate. You know, it's true that some people want more development and more attractions and a bigger and more prosperous Akaroa. But there are even more people who want a quiet and pleasant existence. So it's a question of balance. Some more development, yes, you know, but try and keep it to the commercial areas and leave the residential areas as just that, as residential. It's a question of how it's done. You know, details, perceptions are important. And if you're making changes, you need to take the residents and ratepayers along with you. That's not what's happening here. So to talk about the specifics, who are the people really affected by this? I think it's pretty clear that they are the local neighbouring residents. I know from the agenda that you've already heard from some of them, so you've probably got an idea of the local feeling. You know, the Giants House has not been a particularly good neighbour to date. A lot of disruption and problems in the immediate area have been reported. You know? And there's no reason to think we are entering a brave new world where the issues will disappear and attitudes will change. It's more likely it will be more of the same, only it will be a lot more. You know, it started off small groups and the modest numbers, I think, were the words in the original consent. That's been steadily disregarded. The current application is trying to get the word big formally entrenched. Our organisation represents the wider Akaroa area. Now, you may not have had many submissions about this application because, you know, to be blunt, it's pretty hard to get people motivated to make any sort of submission related to council issues because there's a view in our area that it's a pointless exercise, and submissions get ignored. That's based on past experiences. We're working to change attitudes on that. My feeling and judgment, based on the contact with locals through our network, is that the views of the immediate neighbours are similar to those throughout the community. As the radius widens, you know, the feelings are less intense, but much the same. The Giants House, useful attraction, useful business to put into the mix, but does not really do much for the wider area and does not need to be any bigger. Going back to the immediate neighbours, those people have a right to expect to lead a peaceful, pleasant and happy existence in an area of Akaroa that's been zoned residential for a long time. And they have the right to expect that the planning system will support them. That's the council system, you know, it's what's written in the district plan. It's the views and reports of the planning staff and the other specialists. So the message to this hearing is that we, the Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents Association, we expect that this application will be declined for all these reasons that I've given here. And I'm sure you've read my submission, and in there somewhere I said, the fundamental question is, whose town is it anyway? You know, the town belongs primarily to the residents and the ratepayers. And, you know, you will have read my submission, and that's all I have to say just at the moment, but I'm welcome to respond to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a broad question to staff, I guess. The applicant has made a number of changes to the application that you may not be aware of since making your submission, based around things such as a limit on visitor numbers per hour and providing some more formalised traffic and parking arrangements along the street. Does that, in your mind or the association's mind, go some way to addressing the concerns you've identified?
Well, it goes some way, but we'd be very sceptical whether they are going to be able to be locked into what actually happens in the future. You know, if we go back to the original application, it was going to be, you know, a modest operation, small groups and so on, and that steadily grew into something else. I haven't read all the revised submissions. I mean, I've been through some of them, but I haven't read all of them.
Okay. Just in terms of the membership of the association, what sort of numbers do you have as members? Is it most businesses and residents, or is it just a?
I think we lost him.
Have we lost him?
To the seas of Perth.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw the question.
Oh, that's not bad news.
If he tries to jump back, I'm going to leave that.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. All right. Thank you. All right, then we'll move on to next submitter online, Ms. Gillingwatt. Apologies if I've said that incorrectly. Can you hear us all right?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Great.
Can I go?
Yeah, that's fine.
So first, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today, especially via Zoom meetings, because it's not always easy for a mum to go, especially during school holiday, to go to Christchurch. So I will briefly introduce myself. So my name is Geraldine Guillemot. I've been living in Akaroa since 2010. In 2013, my husband and I bought our current property at 86 Rue Balguerie, where we live permanently with our 2 children. Our property is visible from the site at number 74 Rue Balguerie from the eastern boundary. I also work further down at 8 Rue Balguerie, so I'm well aware of traffic issues in the area, especially in summer. Since living in Akaroa, I have worked in the hospitality and tourism industry. In that aspect, I consider myself well aware of the town's need in terms of income from tourist activity. My husband and I oppose a proposal for the construction and operation of an entrance building and cafe and expansion of the sculpture garden. So there is a few points I like to concentrate. So it's pretty much what you've read in my submission, and I just added a few things regarding the new documents that were provided. So first, I'd like to talk about the location and the scale of the commercial activity. So the Giant's House is operating in a residential zone, in a semi-rural area where we expect tranquil surroundings. Homeowners like ourselves have made the choice to live here to avoid nuisance that can be expected in bigger towns, cities, or even the commercial zone of Akaroa. The commercial activity of the Giant's House has far exceeded its original consent of a small-scale attraction over the years and has brought a significant amount of adverse effects to the neighborhood, including continuous noise from visitors, traffic congestions, and loss of privacy. Any further expansions would just worsen these effects that we consider more than minors. The application for the building and operation of an entrance building and cafe and the expansion of the sculptural garden is just inappropriate in a residential neighborhood. Sorry. This proposal has been mainly introduced to the community and public as a way to improve the access to the site, especially for people with mobility issues. And this has been one of the main arguments for people in support of the proposal. However, this is not clearly shown in the proposal how the access improvement will be achieved. The originally built part of the garden will still be inaccessible for disabled visitors. Looking at the scale of the expansion proposal, including the construction and operation of 2 new significant buildings and the landscaping, and assuming the cost involved in such project, it is highly expected that the applicants will be seeking a return on their investment by attracting more visitors to the site. So this is clearly the expansion of a commercial activity, not just the addition of a few sculptures and the announced accessibility improvements. Talking about the 2 buildings, 2 proposed buildings, the Giant House is located within meters of an Akaroa residential character area. So I'm not going to quote what is written on your website about Akaroa residential character area. The proposed entrance building, by its size, elevation, and style, if consented, will certainly impact the street scene and the privacy of the neighbor properties. The modern style doesn't fit with the character of the area. If consented, the entrance building could be of a much smaller size and within the style of the cottages surrounding it. The proposed cafe building does not comply with the maximum height requirement of 7 meters. The size, style, and elevation of the building, if consented, would look very dominant from the street and from neighbor properties and would certainly have a negative impact on neighbors' privacy, view, and feel of home. The 112 square meter cafe will enable more people to sit at one spot for a longer amount of time than currently. The concentration of people talking and overlooking from the balcony will certainly lead to more noise and loss of privacy. The 24 square meters outdoor deck, the plans say that it won't be used as a sitting area, but we have serious doubt that it will be respected. When there will be hot summer days, are the visitors going to want to stay indoor, or will they be turned away if they take their cup and cakes outside? My next point is about the proposed number of visitors. The proposed limited number of visitors at one time has now been set at 80 visitors, which is still above what you would expect for a small-scale commercial activity in a residential zone. Imagine if each of the neighbors had 80 guests at home most of the summer days. Also, it isn't clear how the maximum number of visitors will be enforced. If the cafe building is being consented, it would encourage visitors to stay longer on site. What would happen if the maximum capacity of visitors has been reached and some patrons decide to spend time while other visitors are queuing? Does that mean that a staff member will tell the patrons who are extending their visit to leave? Surely not. Is it going to lead to longer queues at the entrance building and congestion around neighbors' property then? Very likely. The noise coming from the music and visitors' conversation is already disrupting neighbors' tranquility. And we doubt the limit at 80 visitors at one time isn't going to minimize the level of nuisance. Now I'd like to talk about the traffic issues and the safety. Rue Balguerie is a narrow street, already congested during peak season, with cars and trailers parking on both sides, pretty much all the way from above the Giant House to the main street, Rue Lavaux, with the exception of the lower portion of Rue Balguerie on the northern side. During peak season, it leaves room for most of the time only a single vehicle. And if a car comes in front, then often it can be tricky to find room to pull over. So when the big buses are here, you probably have seen the photos, it's just becoming very hectic. I often walk or bike from my house to the town center with my children. On busy days, I'm dreading to attempt to go through the Giant's House area, knowing there will be buses and a lot of cars maneuvering around. The proposed portion of footpaths isn't realistically going to solve all the problem, especially as bikes are considered vehicles and confuse the footpaths. A booking system for buses has been proposed to mitigate the traffic congestion. So again, who is going to enforce these rules if buses are coming too early or staying too long? This system should be trialed before even considering an expansion of the giant house. I highly doubt that telling buses driver how to maneuver their large buses around Rue Cachalot and backing up into Rue Balgary will solve the safety issue with pedestrians. Overall, we feel the mitigations for transport and car parking do not address the issues realistically enough. For a start, to avoid traffic congestion and safety hazards in Rue Balgary, large buses should not be allowed in Rue Balgary, at least during the peak season. Maybe the applicants could consider offering a small, low-emission shuttle to their visitors that would pick up people from larger buses parked at the entrance of Akaroa. Also offering a limit on the amount of people who come at once to the giant house. But I think it's a traffic management issue that is much wider than the giant house problem. I'd like now to talk about the environmental impact on wildlife. So the area is known to be a hotspot for native birds, breeding matters away from the giant's house. This includes tweeds, bellbirds, moorhawks, wood pigeon, and more. Every year, my family enjoys seeing tweeds building their nest in the trees around our property and the neighbor's property. They're pretty secret, these birds, so it's always a delight to see where they're going in and out of the bush or the trees. As a reminder, tweeds were reintroduced to Banks Peninsula in 2010 after being wiped out in the 90s due to a mixture of habitat loss, predation, and disease. We, as residents on the peninsula, have a duty to do our possible to protect these vulnerable species and provide birds with a quiet and safe environment to breed. Not long after the purchase of the section at number 74 by the applicants during summer 2016, the clearing of all trees and vegetation, including natives, right in the middle of breeding season was received as a shock. The extra noise and pollution expected during building works and by more vehicles driving to the giant's house, especially large buses, would have an impact on how native wildlife behaves. We have a lot of concern in that aspect. Avoiding any building work between October and May appears to be necessary if there was any consent allowed. The proposed cafe includes a lot of glazing. Glass windows and balustrade are known to be an important cause of death for native birds as they can't actually see the glass and fly into it. We are hoping, if the building was consented, that the applicants would consider using windows alert decals to prevent bird strikes. My next point is about the impact on health and well-being of the residents. Regular intrusion of visitors walking around adjacent properties and driveways has currently an impact on people's well-being and feel of privacy. Personally, at 86, we had the old visitors walking up our private driveway out of curiosity, or maybe thinking they could access the giant's house by the back without paying the entrance fee. But this feels anecdotal compared to what residents at, for example, number 72 or 76 are experiencing on an everyday basis, especially in summer. The continuous play of the same CD that we could hear from our property seems to have stopped in recent times since the application has been lodged. However, the noise has been part of the nuisance recorded since we live at our property and has affected our ability to relax on our days off at home. Not that I don't like French music, I am French myself, as you can hear. However, listening the same CD over and over was not our choice. The noise and pollution generated by the emissions of extra vehicle driving and maneuvering around properties, sometimes right under people's nose, can impact their health. The expansion, if consented, would just worsen these adverse effects on health and well-being. About the economic impact, if some businesses are in support to the applicant's proposal, there are also those who are concerned about the fact that the new cafe will take customers away from other businesses who need it the most. Most of the hospitality business owners in Akaroa have suffered from the COVID times, and some are still struggling to get back on their feet. There are already a lot of cafes and restaurants to choose from in Akaroa, just down the street. So a new cafe is probably not what the town needs the most. Also, that's my personal experience, but in my 13 years living in Akaroa, working in the hospitality and tourism industry and talking with visitors, I actually have never met visitors who made the trip to Akaroa in the purpose to visit the giant's house itself, just by itself. Most of the time, the visitors I talk to find out about the garden via the eyesight, when they are already in Akaroa, or the signage at the bottom of Rue Balgary, and sometimes via the summer edition of the local newspaper. But it is my experience, and I haven't talked to people coming from the States. But I do not believe that if the operation wasn't expanding, this would have any negative impact on the town. People could still come and carry on enjoying the garden without the expansion. Regarding the access for visitors with mobility issues, there is surely ways we can solve this problem without the need to build two imposing buildings. Lastly, it is unknown at this stage if the adverse effects of expanding a commercial activity in the neighborhood will have a negative impact on residents' property value. But this is certainly a risk. As ratepayer, it would be absolutely unfair to witness a devaluation on our property due to commercial operation being allowed to expand. And it comes to the conclusion. We believe that the expert evidences, their reports and proposed mitigation are not addressing seriously enough the issues brought by the submitters on the current operation of the business and the expected increase of adverse effects if a further expansion was consented. Even some submitters who support the proposal have pointed out the traffic issues and potential effects on the neighborhood. The submitters who fully support the proposal are certainly not the people who will experience the adverse effects of the operation of the Giant's House. A significant amount of those submitters don't even live in Akaroa. I've been through pretty much all of them. The purpose of the expansion announced as a way to improve the visitors' access to the garden can justify the scale of the proposed plan. This is clearly a commercial operation wanted to expand at the neighbors' birth. The impact on the neighborhood's privacy, tranquility, and well-being, as well as on the environment, has already been more than minor. No proof benefit to the community can be clearly identified. One of the arguments from people supporting the proposal is to let Mrs. Martin enjoy her passion for art. We are certainly not here to discuss our appreciation for Mrs. Martin's passion and talent for art, but how a passion has turned into a commercial attraction at the cost of the neighbor's right to enjoy a quiet life with privacy. What we should discuss is how to mitigate the adverse effects on the current tourist attraction, not the expansion of a commercial activity in a residential neighborhood. If the expansion was consented, this would create a precedent in allowing more commercial activities to be consented in residential area, and very quickly Akaroa could lose its very unique character. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's fair to say that comments you've made are very similar to those by other submitters. And it's good to hear the views from someone else who lives on Rue Belgarie. I don't have any particular questions. I think that would help. I think I've got a pretty clear picture of the concerns of neighbours and residents. So thank you very much. I hope the video link wasn't too difficult for you in terms of being able to hear us. But
no,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Next, I understand we have Ingrid.
I've been from her and she's not on the Zoom.
Okay, in that case, next on the list is Mr. Crump. This is anyone else who arrived who hasn't spoken yet. Thank you. If she does dial over, we can just take her on at the end. Yeah. Right.
Hello, my name is Paul Crump. Firstly, I can only describe this as quite mind-numbing stuff. And I have never done anything like this before. I am not a lawyer or a consultant, and if I am stumbling my way through this, I apologise. I would also like to say well done to Josie Martin and her garden for its popularity and becoming a garden of international significance. I have lived and owned and lived at 72 Rue Belgarie for the last 25 years with my wife Katrina and our daughter Ashley. Over these past 25 years, we have lived with Miss Martin and the Giant's House as our immediate neighbour. we have slowly experienced the gradual growth of not only the garden itself, but also the increase of the popularity with the public. This has been to the detriment of not only myself and my family, but also to all the neighbouring properties in Bulgaria. During the slow, consistent growth and commercialisation of this enterprise going on behind us, we began to notice the encroachment that was happening into our own property and lives. Firstly, while work was being done on the huge Gabion basket retaining wall behind us, we discovered that both our back corner boundary marker pegs had gone missing. During that same construction of the retaining wall, there was the clear felling of trees at the rear of our section. This was all done without our knowledge or consent. My wife, Patrina, did query this with Miss Martin one day when she was mucking around up back. Then lo and behold, there was a clear flattened area for a car park. Then with the purchase of next door property at 74 by Miss Martin's son, Simon J., they were able to clear fell the entire section of all bushes and trees. This was done very quickly over 2015-2016 Christmas New Year holiday period. Seems an unusual time to choose to clear a property. After a period of time, we were approached to pay half the cost of a very expensive wooden boundary fence of Miss Martin's choice. We were unable to afford this massive cost at that time. We declined and suggested an alternative option for a boundary. A planted hedge, the same as she had taken upon herself to plant on the western boundary. This was done with no prior communication. We simply arrived home one day and she was already planting it. As the negotiations went on for the new wooden boundary fence, we insisted that we should get a registered boundary survey done first, as there was still no boundary pegs to be found. We pointed out that they had previously been there but had disappeared during the construction of the retaining wall. Simon then took it upon himself to promptly organise a registered boundary survey to be done, and the fence was built. As Ms. Martin insisted that she wanted the expensive wooden fence, I did make the offer to stay in the fence at my own cost and time. This was accepted by Ms. Martin, who then asked if I could also do the boundary fence on Ron Birch's side, which I also did at my own expense. Once the boundary was surveyed and the pegs were reinstated, it then became very apparent as to how much of our land had been clear felled and used for the car park area. A gate had also been constructed into the wooden boundary fence between our property and number 74 for the access to the section, basically a shortcut. Again, this was all done without our knowledge or consent. After talking about this, we decided to put up a fence on the back southern boundary. This was done at our own expense, as Miss Martin made it quite clear to us that she did not want this fence. I believe this was because it would then cause problems for vehicles to be able to park and manoeuvre. This was also cut off the gate into the wooden boundary fence, stopping this shortcut to the section at number 74. After a period of time, we realised that there was an extremely large, obstructive and invasive stairs being built on the section of number 74. We like to call this the stairway to heaven, as it looks down over us. We then approached the council regarding this. We were informed that they had received all necessary consents for access to a residential home that was to be built on the section. Clearly, this was not the intended case for the stairs. For the last quarter of a century, we have tolerated and put up with all of these issues whilst the Giants House development became a garden of international significance. Loss of privacy as people stand at the end of our driveway staring up at the garden behind us, people lingering on our front lawn, shading themselves under our trees and picking our fruit. 25 years of the same music being played day after day, having to wait for our driveway entrance to be cleared from vehicles and pedestrians, not to mention traffic congestion and parking issues. And all of this is happening before the new proposed commercial garden and cafe extension plans. The cars, the buses, the pedestrians and the parking associated with Giants House has always been a problem. It has been a shambles for the last 25 years, and this will only increase with the with the proposed new expansion plans. By reading the plans that were provided, it appears that the parking spaces are actually being taken away, as they are to be replaced with yellow no parking lines out the front of our residential properties. This is clearly not only to help Mr Martin's own commercial requirements and has no benefits for us as residents. As quoted by Mr Dalwood Wilkie, in his report issue 3.3, page 13, it should be noted that none of the residents own any of the road space. Rather, roads are held by the City Council for public use. So to put yellow lines, mobility parking and bus-only parking in front of numerous properties for our own personal gains. Clearly, Ms Martin and the Giants House think that they have the right to this road space themselves. Having consultants doing desktop assessments and glossing over problems with facts and figures will not alleviate any of the problems involving the cars, buses, parking, and pedestrians. We are hands-on. We live with this every day and experience the shambles continuously. That's a fact. Unacceptable and disgraceful. As for the ticketing office being right next door to us, this is another huge invasion of our privacy and well-being. The thousands of visitors mingling at the bottom of our section, staring up into our lounge bedrooms, congregating in and blocking our driveway entrance, cars consistently using our drive as a turning bay, sitting and using our gardens as their waiting room, wandering onto and around our property. This happens now, so we can only imagine how this will increase with the proposed new plan. This is also a safety concern, as it is our driveway. Once again, unacceptable and disgraceful. The cafe. This will have a fantastic view right into our daughter's bedroom window. The cafe looks to be overly dominant structure. Is to be built 2.5 metres over the legal requirements. This will look directly down into our backyard, our front yard, onto our decks, and into our kitchen, lounge, and bedrooms. The thought of people watching us as we move about our property is very unsettling. Clearly, there has not been a single ounce of consideration for any of us as residents in the design of this cafe. Yet again, this proposed cafe will be an invasion of our privacy and well-being. Planting a few trees will not hide or soften any of it. It will certainly not hide the cafe's direct and unobstructed view into our daughter's bedroom. This is totally unacceptable and disgraceful. Now, the proposed development undermines policy 14.26.3, the existing non-residential, and I've obviously been over this number of times, I won't read that to you. Right. Having a consultant say otherwise is glossing over the problems of this development. It also seems that even the consultant has issues, as he stated in page 13.2, page 1733. I assume that's something I'll write down. I accept the application will have some adverse effects on the character and visual amenities of the site and its immediate surroundings, although I do not agree with Ms. Cottram's that these effects are significant. This is most definitely will have a significant adverse effect on the character and amenity of our residential zone, and houses could be built on the sections. Reducing the proposed visitor numbers from 120 to 80 per hour will not help with the issues of parking, buses, traffic, and pedestrians. The situation is already, as I stated earlier, a problem and a shambles. Surely this can only make these things worse. There clearly has been no thought as to your neighbours. You certainly have no concerns regarding us in the last 25 years either. To say otherwise is a bit too late in the piece now. I note that your most immediate neighbour, Annie Milner, at 68 Revolveri, has given her support. Is this to get back her privacy and shared driveway? That is massively impacted, as this is the main entrance area of the Giants House at present. I also noted that all the Akara businesses who gave their support for Mr Martin and the Giants House submission submissions are certainly not any of the local cafes or restaurants. I certainly do not consider myself, my family, or any of my neighbours to be tall poppies or morons, as we have been labelled as being in a couple of Miss Martin and Giants House supporter submitters. We do have rights, and these are being impeded upon. As Ms. Martin quoted, I think it should be remembered that the Giants House has been my home for 25 years. So my personal life needs to be separated from the Giant House operation. We also have lived in our house for 25 years. Should our personal life not be considered also? Once again, I cannot stress this enough. We consider this a gross, unacceptable invasion of our privacy and well-being, in so much as that not that long ago, my wife Katrina was attacked, bitten, and stabbed by a member of the public during a random mid-afternoon home invasion. She found herself having to fight for her life. This incident has left her scarred and very wary of people and masses of people that we already experienced wandering around. Does not help with this at all. Imagine how she feels if these plans go ahead and are able to look straight down into our property. Over these 25 years, we have done and would like to do further renovations to our house. However, having this commercial development hanging over our heads for the past few years, we have been left with the uncertainty of the worth of this. Because of this, we have found all this to be very deflating and depressing, as this is our home and our daughter's future. I believe that this will set a precedent for Akaroa and the district plan. There are clear rules which should be adhered to, specifically policy 14.2.6.3. I don't believe that there are any grey areas around this. Rules are rules. If the application is accepted, it would open up all sorts of issues. I also believe that if the applicant is successful, the conditions imposed by the council would not be adhered to by Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin already wants to make changes to these. So in conclusion, we have lived with the experience, the inconvenience of the slow, gradual loss of our privacy and rights as residents of Ruvalgiri. I'd also like to invite you into our home so you can see firsthand how the expansion will affect us and why we are so upset with the possibility of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scrum. It's very helpful. And again, certainly echoes a number of the concerns that have been raised. I was going to ask you about the applicant's proposed conditions, but you've covered that off anyway.
Yep, that won't be adhered to.
Yeah. So at the moment, or the proposal is for operations between 10 and 5. Doesn't make a difference?
No, it makes no difference. No, it's been like that for years. Like I say, we've lived it right from the get-go. We've from start to this point here. We've accepted it because it's been happened. We probably can't change that now, but we can certainly not have this happen.
So if this consent didn't proceed, then presumably the activity would continue as it has under the existing consent.
Yep.
And I'm not saying it will or it won't. I'm just trying to tease the argument out. This application, on its face anyway, said it's not necessarily an expansion. It's allowing for an increase of the wooded area and sculpture gardens to be located on the section next door, which may or may not introduce additional people. But in doing that, it comes with a number of conditions and controls.
Yep.
That the applicant's view is that those would address a number of those effects. And quite clearly, I guess from what you're saying, you don't accept.
No, look, to be honest, at the moment, I think 80 people, that sounds heaps, but I think some of these things that are happening now are even less than that, probably 50 or 40 people, and it's a shambles now, and it certainly will be a shambles with 80 people, and more than likely we'll be here in the same situation in 5 years' time when she wants to put another consent in to increase the numbers, to increase the opening hours, increase people, probably get a liquor license, so it'll be never ending.
So in terms of the average activity you experience now, and I acknowledge you said it's not as busy as the 80 a day. Presumably you'll have some days where it's busy and some days it's not as noticeable.
Of course it is, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. You don't know what days are busy and what or not.
And what it's gonna
It's
bring.
just accurate. It's generally pretty random. So yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. Have you had a chance to have a look at the landscape plan that was done?
Look, you can plant trees and stuff like that, but you're not going to hide the fact that it's there and stuff like that. It's both buildings are commercial in nature, big windows, all that sort of stuff like that.
Yeah. So even if the trees grew to a decent height,
you'll still see them. Won't hide anything. Won't hide the people and stuff like that. Certainly won't hide people. To be honest, the boundary line next on the existing boundary line, we don't notice people there, but we'll certainly notice them walking past, because like my lounge seat's right smack there looking into them. Notice them all the time. It's unacceptable. A complete invasion of privacy. Like I say, you said that you probably want to come and visit the site, so like I say, come into our home and have a look and stuff.
Yeah, certainly if I get back over, I will. I have been out. I think your dog barked at me.
Oh, yeah, of course it would. Yeah.
That's okay.
It would have gone nuts.
Yeah. So again, in terms of the traffic proposals and having a defined bus park and parks, you don't think that would help?
Well, having buses back and reverse and stuff like that, dropping off passengers, that seems a bit weird to me. Like, you have to do what you have to do, but it won't make any difference. Like Ron was saying, it's probably easier if they park across the road, and then they'll just drop the customers off, drive up to Purple Peak, turn around there and pick them back up. And once again, you're putting yellow lines in there and stuff like that. It's taking away other car parks, aren't you?
Right, I think I don't have any further questions. I think your points are very, very clear and very well made. So thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry,
She's on.
okay, Ms. Geldof, I understand that you're online.
Correct, I am. Here I am.
Oh, hi there. Right, thanks for joining us. Now I've read your submission, but feel free to take us through whatever you want to cover off.
Okay. So yeah, Jeff Watson and Ingrid Geldof have lived in we live in Christchurch, but we have a holiday home across the road from the Giant's house. I'm a designer and am on the executive board of the National Kitchen and Bathroom Association. We are against the proposal for a lot of the same reasons as the previous submitters who are against it, are also against it for. Our main concerns are that it started off as a garden, an artist's garden, and it's grown and grown, and we've visited many times with friends and family, and I love it. I mean, Josie's stuff is fantastic, and it's a great garden. I understand why it's so popular, but the trouble is that it has become more and more popular over time, and a lot of it has like she's got a cafe in there now which wasn't consented and retrospectively has been. It's not really a great track record, but it's very difficult to manage these situations. The fear that we have is that it's going to grow even more, of course. It's in a residential area, and this is the issue. She can't move the garden, so we're kind of stuck, and I understand why she feels she needs to expand and put a ticket office in and make things easier for her customers. However, again, it's a residential area and the neighbours have to bear the brunt of all of that. So the main issues there are traffic, parking and noise. For us across the road, the traffic situation gets pretty acute at times, especially when there are buses around. There's a lot of people walking on the street. It's very unsafe for pedestrians and drivers alike. The noise levels, there's slamming of doors, there's people talking on the street, and then of course there's the music, which as Ron pointed out has been lowered in volume recently, but will maybe go up and down, who knows, but who's going to control that? And it's the neighbours that will have to sort of look at how to manage that. Like, what, shut ourselves in our houses? That's not fair. But looking at it too from a visual point of view, the ticket office and the cafe are going to be very large in relation to the rest of the street scene. Ron had some great images there of trees and the environment that we live in. It's semi-rural. There's basically a farm across halfway across the road in front of us, and that's the environment that we bought into originally, and we like that. That's what we like about the area. But putting a footpath in and having designated parking zones and people, a lot more people, and then this glass structure with stone, even though it might be quite a cool building, isn't really appropriate for the residential area. You're really changing the whole feel of the space. And turning it into a commercial area and a residential space. And so that really doesn't sit well. The cafe in particular, which is over 10 metres high from ground level, is going to be completely overbearing. It's particularly for the two houses sitting in front across the road from us on the same side as the Giant's house. But also they'll be looking down through and over our property as well across the road, and we feel that this is an intrusion of our privacy. I appreciate that the ticket office has been moved back off the street somewhat, but again, as Ron said, it needs to be planted out so it doesn't look like a very obvious building sitting near the road. And there's 2 trees in the landscape plan, but 2 trees really isn't going to do it. It needs a lot more planting so that you don't actually see most of it, and then it would be more in keeping with the environment that it sits in. The whole street is well known for its character buildings, its colonial cottages, and this egg glass structure is quite different from that. Okay, what else have I got here? So the sort of note of there's some control over numbers. I just don't know how that's going to ever be monitored. How do you control numbers? Is it going to be some kind of online booking system with no available slots for walk-ins? That is the only way that it can be controlled. Like I've just arrived back from Europe last night, hence looking a little tired, but what we found there was that there were a hell of a lot of people and Paris and London are now looking at ways to reduce tourist numbers. This is just going to continue, particularly in places like Akaroa. There'll be a lot more people wanting to travel, and they'll be coming into the Giant's House. So that, how do you control the numbers? It really needs to be a fail-safe structure that can be adhered to, and it shouldn't rely on the neighbours to dob them in if we feel that the numbers are getting too many and that there's more than one bus at a time. That's our fear, is that we can't control it, they can't control it, so it gets completely out of hand. And there's just no way around it, and we just have to bear the brunt of all those people. Why else would you spend $2-3 million doing this renovation other than trying to make more money? And if this is just making more money, then really, who's benefiting? Not the locals, not the neighbours, but the applicants. So, yep, they're our main concerns, and I think, yep, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I don't think you're online to hear the previous speakers, but you've certainly echoed what most of them have said in terms of the effects as experienced by existing residents. So it's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any particular questions that you've not already covered or given answers to. So thank you very much for taking the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else waiting online that we've not been told about? No? And there's no one else in the room that we haven't heard from? Okay, well that brings us to the point of the day where we hear from the council team. Up to you now how you want to present, whether you want to take 5 minutes or a bit of a break to talk, confer and arrange how you want to do that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, how long do you need?
Do you want to?
10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Can we
just have an afternoon break?
take a break now then till say, take 15 minutes. So back at, we'll say 2:40 and then we'll return to the council offices.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still. Coming down to the council team. We just go. You have to go in the order that on the agenda.
We thought that maybe it might be easier if we started with Axel and then came up this way.
Sure.
That's all right.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. So take it away, Axel.
Why not?
Given that you have read all the submissions beforehand, I suspect that you would prefer that I concentrate on a few pertinent points rather than going through the whole evidence. Would that be correct?
That's fine. I mean, I know your statement was probably written before the applicant made the changes, I think, to the visit numbers, or did that come after?
No.
It came after.
I have since.
You have. Okay, no, I have. Yeah, I have read the statement, so I'm happy for you just to take me through whatever points you want to add or address.
Yeah. So I have highlighted a few points that I've thought are worth talking about here, partially in response to what's been said, partially because they are of more relevance, and I've added a few explanations to some of the points, which I will point out if it's not written down in what you've got in front of you. And so these additional comments are highlighted in my document, and I can email it to you so that you've got the additional points in writing as well.
If you could provide that along to Mr. Cleary as well, so we will have the same information. Would be useful.
Yeah, sure.
If it can all come through Ms. Cotton or through just the one person would be fine.
That would be easier.
Good. So the first thing that I wanted to touch on is that we've been talking about a cap on visitor numbers, and what has been suggested and agreed on is to have a cap of 80 visitors on site at any one time. And everyone who's been talking about this cap has been talking about 80 visitors per hour. That's a very different concept. So, so this is 80 visitors on site at any one time. So that might actually, if the stay extends beyond an hour for the average visitor, then obviously that means that that on an hourly basis you would have fewer than 80 people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure yesterday somebody mentioned it. It's not 80 in, 80 out. It's that. It's yeah. So that's
right. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. So it is based on this 80 visitors on site at any one time, where I see there is no need for a transport management plan. We have worked together with the applicant quite extensively over the last year or thereabouts on how to deal with bus movements. And one of the things that we did explore, or got the applicant to explore, but I was actually doing work on this myself, is whether this could be achieved in a more conventional way, further up the hill, with the buses having a turnaround area requiring private property. So this has been looked into, and the applicant came back to me after investigations that could not be achieved, and I appreciate and accept that. I further appreciate that, and that is a new comment, that bus movements are a contentious issue. It needs to be stressed that buses have been servicing the site for many years, and what's being proposed through the conditions is to formalize how this is being done. One objective of that is to ensure that passengers get off the buses facing their destinations, not having to cross the road. Another objective is to prevent buses using random driveways to turn around. That said, I will in a moment discuss bus stop options with you. It has been agreed with the applicant that bus access to the site can be achieved by coaches coming up the hill, turning into Rue Cachalot forward and then backing out, with the buses then reversing up to the site. A bus parking area is to be established outside number 74 Rue Barberie. We've seen that in the plans. In conjunction with mitigation measures that we've developed, I find this is an acceptable solution. I haven't written this down, and it's actually also not in my notes. I also wanted to point out that it was raised that buses mostly currently don't do that. They stop a bit further down on the other side of the road, and quite clearly, if bus drivers don't have the certainty whether there is any curbside space available for them once they back up the road, then that obviously prevents them from wanting to do that in the first instance. So by formalizing that and giving driver certainty, that could be one of the reasons why such a change might be appreciated. I also wanted to point out that for the maneuvering via Rue Cachalot to be achievable using any size coach, no stopping lines will need to be installed outside the frontage of 62 Rue Barberie in Rue Cachalot. And the applicant would have to apply to the Banks Peninsula Community Board to have the no stopping restrictions resolved. And that is obviously something that sits outside of the RMA process. And what I've added to this is I wanted to point out that some district councils simply accept RMA conditions that would usually be covered by community boards or district council decision-making processes, and implement them without further public consultation or involving the political decision-making process. And I guess it would be fair to say that what Christchurch City does is the proper process, but not all district councils do that. So with regards to the bus stop, we would use the usual bus stop markings and a sign. And what I would like to point out is that the legislation that applies to any type of parking restriction, bus parking being one of them, that by default they do not apply on public holidays, which you can overcome by having a supplementary plate or it being written on the signs, and that will actually have to be added to the conditions. That has to apply on all days and not just the usual days as stipulated in the legislation, because it does not cover public holidays. And I've covered that. Good. Some submitters mentioned that most buses currently stop opposite number 64, Rue Barberie. And from my perspective, that is most certainly an option. But the following issues need to be considered. So buses would reverse shorter distance, and they would reverse after loading and unloading and not before, as with the system that we currently have in the documentation, in the evidence. That said, I do not consider buses reversing a shorter or longer distance to make a difference, as throughout the strait and the traffic volumes are very low. If we were to establish a bus stop opposite number 64, that would mean that all us passengers would cross the road to and from the bus, which is different from the way it's in the evidence as it was written previously. And another issue, of course, is that if the weather is not very dry, then you'd have people a lot more exposed to rain, and I don't mind people getting wet, but it changes people's behavior. They start rushing and hurrying, and so there could be safety issues resulting from people's behavior in response to rain, which the current setup doesn't have those issues. We asked for mobility parking to be established with in close proximity to the proposed entrance building. For that needs to be marked and signposted if that's being done. Again, it involves a community board process for this to be signed off, which sits outside of the RMA process once again. And it's obviously only needed during the times of operations. So that can be stipulated, but what also needs to be stipulated is it would also have to apply on public holidays, which by default doesn't. If the bus stop does get established opposite number 64, Rue Bulgarie, then obviously it would be more logical for the mobility parking to be established outside of the entrance building. Something that I thought I would discuss here is, because it did come up, is residence parking. And I've written down some notes for you. So that's something that Wellington City basically pioneered for New Zealand and had legislation implemented some 25 years ago, or in court cases, and all the way to the High Court and back. Auckland's been rolling this out for the last decade or thereabouts, and it has been trialed in Christchurch since 2019 in, I believe, 4 streets, 2 in Maryvale and 2 around the former College of Education. The investigations around residence parking in Christchurch are ongoing. Now final policy has been developed, nor is one imminent. Those 4 streets where the trial is underway and has been for the last 4 years, this isn't something that gets offered to residents who want to partake for free. Christchurch City charges an annual fee of $100 for those who want to opt in. Auckland charges $70 and Wellington charges $195 per annum for residence parking. The legislation under which this gets done currently sets a limit for councils with regards to the fee, that they can only recover their own costs. And my understanding is that none of the 3 councils that are doing this so far in the country have a really good way of actually capturing what their internal costs are. To that end, the Ministry of Transport has proposed to remove this fee cap from the legislation. And I understand that Wellington City wants to charge $300 per annum for residence parking. So And where residence parking is being implemented, this is always being done as parking zones. Like there's some curbside space being set aside for those who want to opt in. And what that means is there's absolutely zero guarantee that there will be a residence park outside of where you live. So you may still have to walk back to your property. And all of this should not be confused with the historic residence parking scheme that Christchurch City used to have. They used to offer that to those residents who have no off-street parking and who cannot physically implement off-street parking. So those people who already have those residence parks, and we're talking maybe a dozen or 24 properties, the system for them has been grandfathered, and for several years now new applications have been accepted. So that is a policy that Christchurch has decided on through its parking policy. So I just wanted to give some context around what residence parking actually is. It doesn't really exist in Christchurch yet. In my evidence and in applicants' evidence, we have been talking about an informal crossing point at the uphill end of the footpath to be established on the northern side of the road. It's an informal crossing point, and some of the submitters have at times referred to it as a pedestrian crossing. And a pedestrian crossing is generally understood to be a zebra crossing, and that is not the case. It's just a place where, on one side of the road, the footpath, that's where it ends. On the other side of the road, there's a cut down so that, if you're somewhat mobility impaired, you don't have to actually climb up onto a curb. And the other feature of an informal crossing point is there's generally some broken yellow lines put down on the road so that when you stand on the side of the road, you have intervisibility with approaching drivers. And that's all I wanted to discuss, and I'm happy to.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I was thinking about the implications of the National Policy Statement on Urban Intensification and Plan Change 5, now that have removed requirements for car parking. In a way, not necessarily at the making of the council, but a result of legislation. Does that effectively that forces people who want to have cars to park on the street if the developers choose not to provide parking on the site? That doesn't have a bearing on this particular application, does it? Given that most of the parking, a number of properties have parking on site, some don't, but it doesn't apply in retrospect.
No, that's right. That is just a new environment that we are in, and I guess that is one of the underlying reasons why the busier cities are thinking about residence parking, because Christchurch City, for example, has had parking policy since 2003, which has always put the needs of residents in residential areas reasonably high in the hierarchy of provision. Always below bus stops and mobility parking, but higher than the needs of commercial parking or commuter parking. But, having a policy is one thing, but having given itself the bylaws to actually implement the policy, that hasn't happened in the last 20 years.
The kinds of changes that you'll be discussing with the applicants around putting in the bus stop and car parking areas, are they the kind of improvements the council would make if developments like this weren't proceeding? Does council have a program of looking at different areas, whether under pressure and putting stops in, or is it purely a reactive thing? And it's probably a really hard question to answer.
Well, we've had discussions along those lines, and the short answer to your question is no. It wouldn't happen. Yeah.
The developer usually pays. If you think of the Greenfield subdivision, they pay for the upgrades.
Yeah, we've had discussions with council staff around various issues,
Yeah, no,
it's up to the developer.
Great, thanks. So what you're really saying is that you've not really departing from your initial advice. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Do you have your response to some of the questions that have been raised? So I didn't have anything else at this stage. So thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Well, first, let me thank all the submitters, both here and out there in video land, for their very well thought out and presented submissions, which has been of considerable assistance for me to sort of refine down some of the key points. I think one of the most important things to get clear is that we are talking about a maximum number of 80 visitors on the site at any one time. Now, I think I suggested that initially rather than the per hour, on the basis that that ought to be easier to ticket and count. So quite frankly, I was putting a regulatory compliance hat on and saying, which one is easier for a council officer to actually monitor? And that, coupled with the evidence of Mr. Farron, who, and I questioned him quite closely about this, is certain that the day he experienced on site was a busy day. And in fact, that saw 80 guests over the entire. At no point were there ever 80 people on site at once. I think there might have been 60, perhaps at once. So we both agreed that 80 at any one time seemed to be a reasonable number to work with. Now, in terms of gate ticketing and things like that, it could really be as simple as counting people in and counting people out. Now, coupled with the bus and coach booking system, that should tell you when you expect a fixed number, presumably somewhere maybe 25 or 30, would arrive at one point. Now, I imagine they also have a scheduled departure time. We've not discussed that, but I mean, that does happen. And so you would also expect to get an understanding of when that number of people would be departing. So I don't anticipate that there would be so many walk-up customers you couldn't accommodate them. Or at least the delay might only be a few minutes, 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, something like that. Now, there are any number of proprietary electronic systems or through to a good old-fashioned notebook, a pen and a telephone. I really don't see that that couldn't be made to work. Now then, as for the bus bookings, I'm not sure anybody has really spoken about that. Some draft conditions will be tabled to you at some point, and it has been suggested that the bookings for the coaches, let's see if I can find the right spot, traffic's right, should be separated by at least 30 minutes, and that the maximum number of bus bookings shall not exceed 5 per day. So that would be 5 coaches arriving over that period, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m, but they must be at least half an hour apart, and no more than 5 in the day. Now that seemed to me to be a reasonable response to, if you like, spreading the noise load of heavy vehicles out a bit in order that, say, for example, that photograph we were shown that had 3 large coaches and 1 smaller one, that situation shouldn't arise under this booking system, and that coaches can only arrive with prior booking. I'm not sure the incident has ever happened of a coachload of people just dropping in, but it wouldn't be allowed to happen under this scenario. But I do still understand that whilst the district plan noise rules exempt traffic on the streets and roads, nevertheless, this is a discretionary activity. And I did spend some thought and time considering the effect of traffic noise upon the nearby residents who would be most affected. Those for whom, yes, the buses set down, pick up, block people's driveways, etc. And I am of the opinion that the bus booking system is a practical way of avoiding the worst of those moments of noise and congestion and diesel fuels until we get our electric bus fleet. What else did I say? Music. We've heard quite a lot about music, and I would draw everyone's attention as a public service to section 16 of the Resource Management Act, which is the duty on every occupier of land and every person carrying out an activity to adopt the best practicable option to ensure that the emission of noise from that land does not exceed a reasonable level. Now, I would consider that the same music played between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. every day to be unreasonable, even if it isn't particularly loud. And I'm certain that Mr. Farron and I both agree that the music of this nature should not be audible off the site. And there are plenty of sophisticated sound systems that will be oriented in place and so forth in order that that does not occur. And there are conditions proposed around that in the suite of potential conditions. I noticed they still set a noise level to be measured. I'm wondering if we can't achieve something really simple, that the music should not be audible. I suspect that that level would mean the same thing, but where I'm getting at with that is that whilst the district plan sets sound noise levels, sound levels that are generally accepted as being reasonable and acceptable, that never means that the sound is inaudible from an activity. The district plan is not asking for silence. And so whilst the strict sound level might be met, it doesn't mean to say the activity is inaudible. And of course, people's degree of tolerance for these things not only varies between people, varies during the day. It just depends how much of a bad day you're having, whether you're going to be more sensitive to something or not. So I wonder if we can't word something like any recorded music is inaudible off the site. We haven't talked a great deal about concerts. I'm aware that these were sort of anticipated in the existing consent to some degree. It's been difficult to get much idea of the scale, nature of those. I don't believe anywhere we considered this as an event venue, and I would not support this being used as an event venue for concerts as such. To my mind, a concert is something where people attend to listen to the music. That's the reason they're there. Whereas, of course, this is also a private residence. And I fully understand that any resident has the right to hold, a party for their guests and friends, and there may be music playing. But that isn't the primary reason they're there, that the music isn't the feature of the event. It's a party which might have music playing. So in terms of concerts, I think it's been proposed that those sorts of items are left off the list of activities at the site, but I'm not sure how that fits with the existing consent. I shall leave that to more learned legal wrangles than myself on that one. What else? I did initially suggest that it might be prudent to look at a condition regarding the use and type of power tools for routine garden maintenance. Largely because it did occur to me, and it was brought up in submissions, that in a garden of this size and nature, there's probably a lot, well, I could envisage there's more maintenance than average. You would want the garden to be maintained to a high standard, which might mean you are running garden maintenance tools more frequently or for longer periods of time, simply a reflection of the increased acreage of the site. These days, there's any number of electric power tools available, and just struck me as being a sensible and simple measure to reduce unreasonable noise. You don't need to use a two-stroke ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding type brush cutter these days. I know that would get up my nose too. So that may or may not be reflected in the current suite of conditions, but it might be something that you bend your mind to. What else? No, I think that was those were my key points, I believe. Naturally, any questions?
No, thank you. I was going to ask you about some of those, but you've covered them off.
Right.
Particularly around the issues around the music and
Yeah.
the conditions. So that's helpful to have your perspective on that. Just bearing in mind that some of the submitters have said that people noise isn't the issue for them.
Yes.
There are still some concerns about the noise of people on the property. And I asked Mr. Farron if doubling the size of the property but not doubling the numbers would have an impact in terms of dispersing that noise. And is that something you've turned your mind to?
Yes. I mean, I was pleased that Mr. Farron included people noise in his assessment to begin with, because I had imagined that would be a source of potential noise to the neighbours. I am pleased to hear that they haven't been excessively disturbed by that to date. However, the opening up of the new land would allow people to approach boundaries that they haven't been able to so far. So there is a potential for a change there. But yes, certainly capping the number of visitors to a total number at any one time, coupled with the expansion of the land area over which they can mingle and scatter, yes, that would serve to disperse noise. Coupled with there being no group tours, so people aren't likely to hang together in bigger numbers. It isn't perhaps surprising to understand that the human ear is, of course, particularly tuned to pick up the sound of the human voice. And so the sound of people just having an ordinary conversation could be noticeable. You are likely to actually pick it up because that's what we're meant to do. We're tuned that way as an animal, but by no means is that level going to be anywhere near breaching district plan rules. But it falls into that category that, yes, these things could be noticeable. Yeah.
Thank you. You covered
That would be annoying.
What's that? Oh, can you hear that? Some music.
Sorry.
That's right.
Just thought it was me hearing voices.
Music.
No, there's you covered the points I was going to ask you about, actually, the vehicle noise, the truck noise, the employee music on site. So that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Right. Mr. Field.
Okay, I won't go through my background. I think that's in section 42A technical report for this. So, but I'll just run through the just in terms of the context and the landscape plan that's been provided as an indicative screening vegetation plan. But in terms of the context, I do consider that Rue Belgary is a pleasant, coherent residential street. I think it has a degree of rural amenity which adds to this. And it adds to the rural quietness and openness of the landscape around it in terms of outlooks and the strong predominance of vegetation. I noted that many submitters commented on this, which, you know, despite the conversations about amenity and its subjectivity, I think it shows a shared appreciation of that. I don't consider it very eclectic in residential character as per Mr. Compte-Man's evidence. I think there is, obviously, once you get out of the character and historic parts, it starts to become, there are stronger and clearer differences in the residential architecture and so forth, and gardens. And but I think I prefer Mr. Marsh's assessment of that character. I think the Giant's House currently is set back reasonably far from Rue Belgary in terms of reducing its current visual impact, because it is quite a prominent structure, building, as well as the sculptures and the masts and the other things that go with it. But I think this is to some extent absorbed in the area because of its setback currently. In terms of the landscape plan, the applicant has now provided this plan I mentioned earlier, the indicative screening vegetation plan. I had an online meeting with Mr. David Compte-Man, Mr. Compte-Man, and as a consequence, a new plan has been presented, which included 2 new trees, if I'm correct, and a row of thuya trees to a previously provided plan. All the way through the processing of the application, we have asked for a landscape plan in terms of looking at mitigation of some of the things that were identified early on. And it hasn't been particularly forthcoming until sort of at the later stages of this process. So I appreciate that despite the applicant wanting a garden design flexibility for artistic reasons, and I think this is why there's been some resistance to this, I consider that the plan requires greater consideration and integration of components, as Mr. Birch described, in terms of having a far more integrated plan, because at the moment we have a number of plans that deal with architecture, two different architects, 2 different buildings. We have the transport side of things on the street, particularly in the immediate frontage of the site. And I think a plan that shows a stronger integration with the existing garden, so we can see things as a whole, particularly in terms of circulation and how movements on the site are anticipated to be, and where feature areas and congregation points, and where you might expect a neighbour to experience more noise of visitors and those sorts of things. It's hard to assess those things in relation to individual submitters around the boundaries currently. And I think that this plan needs to be more detailed, and I don't accept that for artistic reasons that there should be flexibility, because I don't think that provides the certainty to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects on neighbours in the neighbourhood. I think the plan, I don't think it's acceptable as a consent plan attached to a resource consent to be called indicative. I think, again, it's about certainty, and I think it needs to be a landscape mitigation plan, which can address issues to do with adverse effects while also integrating what the broader concept might be. So in terms of, I've made a list of things that I think should be added to the plan. I could run through those if you like. It's quite long, but I can go through it. So I think, first of all, from seeing some of the photos that submitters have presented and reading a few differences between Smartin's evidence and what's shown on the plan, I've picked up that there's some inaccuracy. I think there's some inaccuracies in the existing vegetation and vegetation to be retained and so on. I think that's, for example, the Photinia that's shown as existing, which I think it was Mr. Marsh who pointed out that that's not actually on existing, it's not planted. Belonia trees were mentioned, but I haven't been able to find on the plan. The Cupressus, which is existing, I've looked at aerial photos and so on, and I haven't been able to find that, but I might be wrong on that because it's difficult to see. And I think these need to be these existing plantings need to be represented accurately in terms of their locations and spacings and numbers on the plan. I think there's been issues around fencing. Some of that might have been resolved, but nonetheless, I think from the perspective of understanding the fence, I think having what the current fencing is or any proposed fencing should be included on the plan. I think there's, I noticed that Mr. Birch pointed out that there's already sculptures and paths being built on the site. So it's obvious that if that's the case, there is a plan in mind, or at least a stronger indication of what that might be. And I think those sorts of things should be shown. And also, I noted that there was photographs of the path, how the path's anticipated to zigzag up the slope. And I'm not sure if that's actually what's proposed or whether that's more of an indication. But nonetheless, I think those things are important. Greater tree planting, I think, is required. I noticed that on the plan there's 2 new trees shown in terms of the revised version. One is halfway up the zigzag path, which is a Magnolia grandiflora, which I think is an appropriate species. I think, though, that's one tree, and that has come about after our discussions, our online discussion prior to the hearing, about what we thought could be added or should be added to the plan, and it's come in as a consequence of that. But I think there needs to be more than that, particularly in relation to how the buildings are seen from the street and the massing of the 2 buildings and mitigation of the additional height of the building and the glazing and privacy issues around outlook from that building. So I think there needs to be more consideration of tree planting. Catching up on myself here. I think, I think there's cues to how it can be done in terms of some of the discussion we've had about the woodland concept for the site. I think that's been discussed and isn't shown particularly strongly on the plan. There is the cherry trees at this end, which is quite densely planted, but other parts of the site are not what I would call a woodland. But the other parts of the site are actually the parts with the greatest effects in terms of the combination of the buildings and the activities would be experienced from the street, particularly in neighbours. Excuse me. Another thing is the street scene frontage of the entry building. The plan is particularly vague in this area. While I think this is one of the more sensitive parts of the site, I think this area needs to be designed in a way that responds to aspects of residential character. And I know, I'm an urban designer, but I'm a landscape architect by background as well. I know from having worked in similar sorts of things and commercial activities in residential zones, one of the strategies is to look at your surrounding gardens and take components of them and integrate those predominant elements into the frontage design, thereby integrating it into the street scene. And I think what we've got in that area, and it's been pointed out by others through the hearing, is we've actually got other elements such as cycle stands. We've got the ramps and the code-compliant handrails that would be going with that. We would likely to have waiting areas, and I think that's with the restriction of 80 people on site at one time. That means that if somebody arrives and there's already 80 people there, they're either going to choose to stick around and wait till somebody leaves, or they might go back down to the town. But nonetheless, I think there is the potential for people wanting to wait on that street front area. And I think signage has been talked about also, and the plan talks about relocating the existing sign, but doesn't show where it's going to go and against whose boundary how it impacts, where you would see it from. And there may be other things to do with that in terms of lighting and so on, but it maybe not, because the hours of operation aren't such that would be necessary. And I think, as part of what I was just talking about in terms of residential character in the area, I think hard landscape materials are also important as part of that design. I think one of the other things is that the entry building has, and it's shown on the architect's plan, a lot of glazing, and also behind the glazing, retail display areas. And I don't know, again, lighting might be an issue there in terms of that being lit at night so people can look in. I don't know what the story is there, but nonetheless, that's quite obviously a commercial appearance to that building. So I think how the planting is layered between that 5 metre setback and the building to soften that kind of character in the residential area is important. I also think that one of the things about this front area is that I think as a condition of consent, if it's approved, is that no sculptures be allowed between the entry building and the street frontage. I think it slightly depends on what kind of sculpture it is, but the nature of the sculptures on the site is very sort of vibrant, colourful, and likely to sort of add to the spectacle at the street frontage from a commercial and high profile perspective. I might be wrong, there might be ways of doing it, but if there was a variation to that and it was considered acceptable, I suppose that could be dealt with separately at another day. But to avoid the risk of that cumulative commercial character, I think that would be something to consider. I also take on board some of the comments from Mr. Birch and Mr. Crump in terms of the effects on adjoining neighbours at the street front with the entry building. In our meeting prior to the hearing, we emphasised the importance of providing enclosure at that entrance so that the visual connections between the neighbours on either side was broken in terms of sight lines. And I think a Pittosporum eugeneoides has been added to the frontage on the current plan. But again, I think that this could be given greater consideration, particularly in light of the comments of the submitters today in terms of the level of current effect that this already has in the area. And I think that again, that might be that, the steps here, they're 4.5 metres wide, as we were told by Mr. Marsh, who's measured them off the anyway, there is room there to extend that planting, I think, to the boundary and to provide more of an edge to the site of the street front. And just on that privacy issue, on the, I think, what is it? It's the eastern boundary, this boundary here against number 72. Eastern boundary, western boundary. Yeah, sorry. I think there is still some issues around. I think that there's Capressus sempervirens is proposed, which is the Italian cypress. That's a tall, narrow species. And I think, really to get some effective screening there, I think we need more certainty on the plan about the spacing of those that would be planted down there. And I also question that particular species because while it is already growing on the other side of number 72 against the existing entrance to the Giant's house, this side here has a 1.8 metre high fence, which would to some extent shade young plants along there, which would slow down the growth. And my understanding of the Italian cypress is it likes quite a lot of sun and it's very drought tolerant and so forth. So I think that, and while it's what I would call a medium pace tree in terms of speed of growth or rate of growth, I think there are other things that could be more effective and quicker in terms of providing that screening. And I would suggest as a simple solution is to replace those with Pittosporum eugeneoides, which is already being suggested at the front here anyway. So I'll just catch up with myself. Mr. Marsh noted that the plum tree at the front is likely not to survive given the amount of hard landscaping around its root ball, and I would agree with him on that. And so as a condition of consent, perhaps it's, or in addition to the plan, there is an alternative tree required to be planted there if that was to happen. One of the other things on the plan which I would expect to see is that I think the plan should have a schedule, it should have plant numbers, it should have the grades that they'd be planted at the time of planting. It's the size of the plant as it was planted, the spacings of the plants, and I think also it's important to put the cultivar types that are proposed, because things like Capressus sempervirens, which is the Italian cypress, there are a number of different cultivars which have quite different forms. There's the sort of pole-like forms, and then there's the wider ones, and the smaller ones and large ones, and variegated. Well, not variegated, but they're sort of a yellow versions and things. And then there's the Magnolia grandiflora, which also has cultivars, some of which are very small and some of them which can grow quite large. So just noting that cultivars are intended and which particular type of those species is proposed. The other thing is that there is some boundary planting of Bristolinia proposed. I think that would be quite effective, and I think John Marsh and Mr. Crump indicated that they'd be happy with that. But I do think that Bristolinia is often cut to a hedge. So I think there needs to be some specification around what height it would be cut at. As a requirement of the landscape mitigation plan. And we discussed at our meeting, online meeting, that some cross sections might be useful to actually work out at what point do you get effective privacy screening between the neighbours, in which case I thought that would be useful to help determine firstly what species, and then what the timeframes would be for the species to effectively provide that screening. And also what height they'd be required to be maintained at. So I've covered timeframes. I think
sorry, minimum, what minimum height?
Yes. Yeah.
But not necessarily maximum.
No. Unless there was shading issues that could be resolved between neighbours and so forth. I think it would be useful for the plan to have a stronger indication of circulation. I think that's mainly because as an activity that has visitors and a commercial component to it, there are potentially effects on the neighbours if paths were to come close to boundaries and that sort of thing. I don't think there's, as far as I can recall, I don't think there's any indication of how servicing and bins and other utilities are going to be managed or stored or screened or that sort of thing, which is usually something that's required in terms of commercial activity sense, particularly in the residential area. There has been some discussion, I think, about whether the sculptures should be shown on the plan and whether a 2 metre height limit should be a condition of consent. My view on that would be that I think ideally the location of sculptures should be shown on the plan. And I think, and what height they're proposed to be. I think if that is not the case in terms of what's shown on the plan, I think the 2 metre height limit might be, whether it's 2 or 3, 2 is probably a safe number, but I think that provides a way of manage if something was to go above that, presumably it would require a variation to the consent to achieve that, so that would have to be managed later in terms of effects on neighbours and others. Otherwise, the plan, I think, in order to assess the potential effects of sculptures on neighbours, I think it should show an indication of the scale and height of the proposed sculptures and their location. Also, I think that what the sculptures may require is that and we're looking at this plan here, it's very densely planted in this corner, so it shows no indication of where the sculptures are proposed to go, and in fact any congregation areas or hard landscape or retaining walls and so on. So it may be that some of those plants would actually come out once the sculptures go in, which then, of course, undermines the landscape mitigation aspect of the plan. We've talked about commercial accessibility, and commercial accessible access in terms of code compliance. And my understanding is that's required for commercial activity, but there are exemptions at times depending on situations. But nonetheless, I think if the path is going to be code compliant, it will in fact have handrails and nibs and other factors that come into play in terms of that code compliance. And the other thing that could potentially be included is a cable cart or, I don't know, stair lift or some other technology to get people up the site. And that, if that was the case, would have other impacts on neighbours in terms of visual and potentially noise, I'm not sure. Yeah. The other thing, and I've mentioned this earlier, is just the way the street front footpath is integrated into the street frontage. I won't go into that because we've already talked about that, but I did note actually that John Marsh indicated that it may require retaining walls along the boundaries of some of those neighbours because of the slope of the berm. And also, you will note in my previous report that I highlighted in figure 16, up the top of the driveway, I have some concern. I think signage needs to be managed very carefully because at the top of the driveway there are a lot of signage in this photograph in the report illustrating that. And if it's not managed at the street front, and given the nature of the signage, which is almost fluorescent in colour, I think that needs to be looked at very carefully. So that's all in terms of the landscape plan that I picked up. In terms of the street modifications, I think that's been well discussed by others, and I've talked about it in my previous report, but I did note such things as reduced parking, the additional commercial character that buses parked outside of the operation would create in terms of residential context. The safety issues around the wheel stops, and I identified that I thought there may be some issues with approaching vehicles hitting the raised wheel stops. And John Marsh also raised the issue of people exiting and tripping. I do think that from my site visit, I noticed people were walking up the road and not using footpaths at all. It wasn't a busy day, but nonetheless, the people that were there were tending to walk on the road. And I think what will be important, and it's part of this sort of resolving this traffic side of things in terms of the community board and so forth, is that a traffic safety audit is done as part of that process. I think a number of things have come up, and while I'm not a traffic design expert, I intuitively don't feel comfortable about backing buses. Reverse moves are generally, in terms of processing resource consent, something that I'm aware of looking at. Movements. I do think that a better solution for that area is to take a more comprehensive approach, but I know that's possibly outside of the scope of the application. But in order to get to a point where there might be a better resolved solution, I think monitoring of how the traffic operates and functions is something that's very important, should the consent be granted. So just to sort of round off here, I still consider the application doesn't provide enough certainty of the cumulative impact of the proposed commercial elements to satisfactorily mitigate the effects on the residential amenity. And I note that the applicant has indicated this woodland approach to the site in terms of creating surprise and discovery for visitors and so on. And I consider that there is potential as part of that kind of concept to develop things in a way that it also potentially addresses many of the adverse visual and privacy effects on it. but I'm not sure where that gets us at this point, given that we're at the hearing and this is the plan we have in front of us. So, yeah.
Thank you. No, that's really comprehensive. In terms of having a more detailed plan, do you think you can still provide one that strikes a balance between showing good structural planting to mitigate visual effects, but still give flexibility for sort of the ongoing design and development as time unfolds?
Yes, but I think the applicant has to accept those constraints that the mitigation and this process we're going through today will impose constraints on what's possible. I mean, yes, I do think it is, and I mean, there's a design process you could work through whereby you design what it is you want, and then you just take out the things that aren't required from a mitigation point of view. But it does require, I think, some investigation, some detailed investigation into what's actually required to mitigate some of the things that have been discussed.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. That's what we want to get at this stage. I'm sure Mr. Cleary will have some thoughts around the process and where to from here. Yeah, we'll come to that shortly. Okay. Yeah. All right.
All right. So my name is Rachel Cotton. My qualifications are referenced in my Section 42A report. I have made some additional commentary from my Section 42A report, and alongside Axel's and potentially Williams, I will forward that on to the applicant and probably public, maybe have your state website. So I still consider there is interlinking issues which have some level of uncertainty that still need to be worked through, and I do refer to William Field's advice in terms of landscape mitigation, and do agree with him with most points. And I'll leave it at that, really, because William's more the expert than I am. I'm not debating any of the positive effects and the constraints and the requirements of maintaining a heritage building, and I do go down, I've extended some of my positive effects that have arisen as part of the submissions, which we've heard today and yesterday. I consider that the transport and noise to be relatively resolved. As been noted throughout this hearing, there is the parking effects are difficult to assess because of Plan Change 5. That has removed the parking minimum, so there's no such framework for us to assess solely on the shortfall of parking, although we do assess wider transport effects to be looked at, which Axel, Mr. Danwood-Wyke, has assessed that, and I'm in agreement with him. And I consider that the noise and transport to be resolved, and I adopt the expert advice. In terms of the existing consent, I agree that the existing consent from 2001 has created uncertainty with limits and anticipated numbers. As it was mentioned in the legal submission, it was the era of that time. We do not have any information, though, about the exact number of patrons at that time when it was consented, or over the years to understand exactly what the receiving environment is currently, or how it has evolved since 2001. I agree with Ms. Donaldson that small groups or modest numbers equate to 3 to 15 individuals in terms of the occurrence activity, and there were some commercial characteristics to the activity when it was granted. I also agree with paragraph 3.6 of the legal submission that the cafe was mentioned as small scale, and the zone also in other paragraphs that the zone anticipates expansion of non-residential activities. However, the scale is now more than that modest number for the garden activity, and that includes increasing in operating duration, including all year and longer hours. It was noted that buses were occasional also, which differs to the current situation, particularly in peak season where we're getting buses at least daily. I do agree that there is a technical non-compliance with the original consent with parking, which would have needed a Section 127. However, I do, again, technical non-compliance because of Plan Change 5, and I don't really have more comment on that, except probably from now, it's probably more the monitoring enforcement issue. So separate to this process. If the application is granted, I consider the existing consent needs to be surrendered because even though it's an expansion, physical expansion, it resolves all the uncertainties around that 2001 consent. This would remove any irrelevant activities and update signage conditions to match what is on the site. It does need a trigger point of when it will be surrendered and when the new consent is given effect. So in terms of numbers, I appreciate there's been changes to try and mitigate the effects which have been discussed today. But as the processing planner, I have to assess the worst case scenario of 80 at any one time, which may not happen in the real world as explained in evidence. But if we allow that exact condition to be granted, it could extend to that daily. And that's what I have to assess. If you had 80 people at any one time and you have surplus people coming to the site, it could, lose that control within the street frontage of the site. However, if only in reality we have 20 people, most of the time, then it's not an issue. So it's acknowledged that when peak season occurs, Akaroa is mainly busy as well. It's not just this site. It is noted with the consented environment, there is a large number of visitors congregating, if there is a large number of visitors coming out and coming to the site, they would likely probably congregate or occur on the driveway, so not the street scene of the application site. Therefore, if this application is accepted, there is potential congregation and visual effects along the street scene, which is not anticipated or normal. So note as well that people gathering on the street it can happen spontaneously, but if it's happening continually during a peak season, this could cause a problem. And the applicant has mentioned walk-in patrons are fundamental to the business. That's not an issue, but it's more that we need to understand how the walk-ins will avoid the adverse effects on residential amenity on the locality. As mentioned by Ms. Stout, it could be quite actually simple, but we just need to know how it's been done. I do note that the doubling of the site will assist with some part of these effects as outlined in the applicant's evidence, as well as it's a bit, I think, balancing act with that patrons can stay longer, which will reduce some effects in some areas, but it may, as some submitters, they consider that it might worsen some things. So that's all about that. Further, potentially my thinking at the moment with the 80 only at one time is it really reflecting the life situation if we are only doing a physical expansion? Is it potentially going to cause unacceptable effects overall, not just noise, not just residential amenity? So would it be easier potentially from an enforcement measure or just to assess the application on its own to have it as a maximum for peak season and then a lower standard for off season? Regardless, I do think there's some more investigation is needed before adopting that number. And that's probably my only comment in regards to that. In terms of landscaping, it's been quite detailed by Mr. Field, but I consider that the landscaping could be resolved, but it's just not achieving that maintenance of residential amenity currently. This is very preferred to be done before prior decision making if the application is to be granted, because it causes complications with conditions later on. In regards to the landscaping, I have a few notes probably additional to Field, and I won't try and double up where I can. Firstly, the cross-section which we've been provided might not be so reflective of the actual steepness of the site. I'm not too sure whether it is actually finished ground levels they're proposing, but this site is around about a 1 in 4 slope. I did get this, just had a quick chat to the engineer upstairs, and they were, looking at it going, it's probably not as reflective as it should be. So it would be good just to know about the scale and the transition area a bit more. But do note as well that that could be the finished area with the Where I am open to flexibility with sculptures, but we still need to administrate the district plan in terms of built form. We need to sort out some perimeter of where they potentially could be designated at any height, just so we know where their location is to assess effects. As also the effect of not doing this now will cause multiple variations if this application is granted, and they sometimes seem to get more complex in nature as they go along. So it's probably in the best interest for the applicant to do that. The street scene, as kind of reflected by Mr. Field, it needs to reflect the locality, and from what I have been hearing from submitters, that means quite dense vegetation and softening of the overall development. And that's my next leading comment really, is that the woodland concept sounds good in theory, but we just need more detail to make sure that works, because it needs to soften all the hardscape elements of this area, which in my view are slightly more than a residential development, and I will discuss that a little bit more in a minute. And as Mr. Fields mentioned, just we need more detail about the boundary mitigation and what the timings of vegetation, when they'll be planted, when they will get to a certain height, is quite important, and that reflects some of the conditions I've advised in my condition set, that they need to be established before the or before or shortly after the commencement of the expansion. And this is just dropping down from that comment, what I talked about collective amenity, is that you potentially could probably put 2 to 3 lots on here as residential developments. The difference being that there'll be less collective built form because they will be separated and not connected to each other. They would probably be orientated to the north, which especially in the frontage would activate or aim to activate the street frontage. So that just really more than anything else to me, and in my perspective, that it highlights the importance of the street scene. In terms of earthworks, following from Mr. Birch's submission, this could probably be resolved by conditions, but I think that I consider that there needs to be more information about whether the land at 74 Rue Valkyrie has changed over time, because if the stormwater has become concentrated or collective, it is going to be causing a drainage nuisance for the neighbouring properties. So it is a chance in this application, if it was granted, to be controlled. Otherwise, it's a civil matter to pursue for the neighbouring properties. In addition to my Section 42A report, I do consider there are additional positive effects that I may have not highlighted at that time. That includes protection and maintenance of heritage buildings. The larger space will help maintain effects on capacity numbers. The application will allow the existing consent to be better controlled if accepted due to the subjectivity of the existing consent. As Mr. Smith has mentioned, positive transport effects are occurring as part of this application, in particular the footpath. It has been highlighted in these submissions today that it has a flow-on effect to other Akaroa similar activities and businesses, and there is the applicant does have a focus on sustainability with their materials decorating their garden. It was a good submission. We understood from Mr. and Mrs. Simpson that there was a similar activity occurring around this area, and I just took some notes from that, that they had time restrictions on pre-booked patrons, the importance of different tourist features and how they co-depend on each other. If the entrance building was used as a congregation area and not on the street frontage, that might be able to take that congregation effect, but we would need to see a bit more of that in the design, how that would work. And that the submitters company, they had a booking system which works in place, so it shows that it could actually work for this site, and it would be, I would recommend the applicant look into that system to implement for their site. The only difference with this activity that the submitters have raised is that their site is potentially located in the Rural Banks Peninsula zone, which is a slightly different context to this environment. So for last but not least, conditions if should the application be accepted. I am happy to work with the applicant further if the application is to be granted. There is concerns from the public that they may not work, but from my perspective, I have to consider that we need to make sure that we have enforced conditions which will work. I have additional commentary from my section 42A. I am happy to remove components of my condition 3, which is about the booking management, but I would like to know how that booking and monitoring system will be managed. And again, as the applicant has mentioned, that could be assessed under a section 128 condition. A mobility park condition has been added to my last draft set, my latest draft set, which I will attach to this commentary. That was omitted in the last section 42A report, so but it has been implied throughout the hearing that we're going to have this there. Condition 11, I consider that prior to commencement, that wording shall be retained because it ensures that all works are completed prior to the operation. That condition usually is to ensure that everything is up to scratch before it opens that component. I consider delivery and transport management plans can be removed from the conditions as stated by Mr. Downward-Wick from his assessment. I accept Mr. Farron's condition change for noise limits and neighbouring properties, and also to resolve some issues regarding maintenance equipment. I would probably be quite happy to accept Mr. Farron's recommendation for the replacement of maintenance tools to electric when they need to be replaced. As I have mentioned before, if the 2001 consent has been surrendered, then that removes that kind of requirement for concerts, bed and breakfast, all the irrelevant activities which no longer occur on the site. So they could be worded into the conditions or they could be removed. I'm happy to remove the outdoor seating restriction in accordance with Ms. Stout's updated assessment that it was actually not included in her assessment originally. As mentioned by Ms. Stout, in terms of private events, I don't think they need to be listed. Everybody has their own right to residential private activities, as long as it's not for a commercial nature or intent, as Ms. Stout said, for concerts. I have recommended retaining condition 21. I need to probably look, see what that one was about. I just wrote that note pretty quickly, so I'm happy to discuss that further. Accept most of the proposed change landscaping from the applicant, except sculptures, but as I've discussed, there could be some wiggle room to amend that sculpture condition to remove that 2 metre height. And my question raises about, lastly, whether if we're doing a section 128 review condition for components, whether it should just be a separate that most of these which don't get completed after construction, which are on continuous, should maybe be included in that section 128 review condition. And that's it from me.
I didn't quite get that last point. The point.
Did I rush through? Yeah. So
fine.
what I mean is the section 128 for components which are nothing to do with construction. So any operational conditions.
Oh, just a general review condition.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. One around the sculptures.
Yep.
If, say, the activity didn't get consent, but the landowner decided to develop property anyway by undertaking planting and putting up structures or sculptures, are they captured by definitions in the plan? Say they'd be treated a building if they're any higher than 2 metres anyway.
Yeah, so then there would have to be setbacks and recession plans. So yep, I agree with that. It's that all to do with that collective effect that we're adding more hardscape to the area. That's more my concern rather than a built form perspective, because if you're getting up to 2 metres, you're getting near to that eventually, as depending on the existing site levels. So,
yeah. Okay. So the view you express in your 42A report was that consent should be declined, subject to a number of the matters being addressed. So you've said you're happy with the noise and the transport.
Yeah.
So the remaining issues largely are the landscaping, and so that's still your view.
Yeah, I think
I heard you right saying these issues should be addressed before consent is granted rather than after.
Yeah, so it's the residential amenity, I think, overrule. Some of those areas which we mentioned in my collective collective effects have probably disappeared, but we've still got one component not fully addressed. And I think from memory, from my section 42A, I said there potentially is a pathway, but both of them need to come together.
And given that those residential amenity issues are important not only for internal amenity but also for neighbours.
Exactly. Yeah, and street scene as well.
Street scene.
Yeah.
Degree. Yeah. Okay. No, I understand that. Covered the issues on conditions I was going to ask about. What Mr. Carey has to say, and when there may be some more.
And I'm happy to add, there's just a bit more commentary, and I've deleted some commentary from some a second version of the draft condition, so I'll just attach it to my commentary so that you guys have it as well. Yeah.
No, thank you. I understand what you're saying. So you've written notes or verify any holes that I have.
No worries.
All right, Mr. Cleary, about closing and how you want to proceed. Because I guess there's a pathway open to you to have some further discussions with the council.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I think in particular, sort of Mr. Field maybe some disrespect to any of the other witnesses, so in terms of the detailed advice or the advice is provided in terms of further detail being fundamental to his view, detailed in the landscape plan, certainly take that on board. And I have in mind that, sort of, well, while the applicant does require a degree of flexibility, in my view, that there appears to be a solution where it can involve a mixture of fixed elements on the landscape plan to address the issues that Mr. Field has identified or highlighted, and indeed to address some of the issues that the submitters have highlighted. So, say, for example, the hedging on the perimeters, that could be, that's an example of what I consider could be a fixed element. But at the same time, I think there would be scope to allow Josie sort of the flexibility to express artistic nature. And I'm thinking that sort of other issues like these height of sculptures, for example, I mean, that is contingent on where exactly they may be positioned. So you could have setbacks, etc., from the boundaries, and it could also be contingent, of course, on the height of the boundary planting, etc. So, but what it all comes down to is that there's an awful lot of detail that needs to be discussed between the experts, and sort of, I'm comfortable with a process where, for example, William and Mr. Compton Moen are given some time to actually discuss a further landscape plan that contains the details that William was discussing, or maybe alternative means of addressing sort of the matters that he has raised or the concerns in terms of impact. That might take a little bit of a while, time, and I'm not sure about, for example, about the availability of Mr. Compton Moen or Mr. Field. So, 2 days. Fundamentally, sort of, we're pretty much in their hands in terms of availability.
Yeah. And I'm happy to go however long you think is necessary. Granted, the applicant is going to want some certainty as to an outcome. Anyway, and you want to keep things moving, but whether we say, I'd expect then that your that mean the plan will come in with your closing in writing? I would assume there's no point closing without the plan.
I would expect so. I mean, that's intuitively, that seems sensible. My only constraint is I'd like the process in terms of the closing and final landscaping plan to be done by the 28th of July. Mainly because I'm on a plane on the 29th. So purely selfish.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's still 3 weeks or so.
It's a little bit 3.5 weeks, which I think is probably more than enough.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy for you to let the two experts confer and then let me know, come back at the time if you want, and we could nominally say within 2 weeks, or
I think so, nominally, and if further time is
needed, then we
I don't know whether you need to issue a minute to that effect.
I don't think so. I think everyone's happy to record it. I mean, I can issue just a brief note to say this is what's agreed. This is what's agreed, just for the record. But it doesn't need to be directive. I think given that you're going to confer. So 2 weeks from today, says that'd be the
on potential conditions as well.
Yeah,
if it's right. Consent is granted.
If it's granted, it'd be useful to see whether there's any. I'm happy for the planners to talk as well and just see if they can reach an agreement on conditions. And then if there's any outstanding issues, then obviously you can address that in closing.
So we do a nominal, well, let's say Friday the 21st.
Yeah, that's right with me. It's entirely in the hands of the experts, but that's not unreasonable. Okay. You happy with that?
Yes, beyond that, right?
Just feel good.
I don't think there's any value in me saying anything further.
No, well, that's right. I think there's a bit of work to be done. I think so. Right, well, I guess then in that case we'll adjourn at this point. Just first, a big thank you to everyone who's attended. It's a big feat to sit through something like this, and sometimes it can be quite personal. So appreciate the manner in which everyone has conducted themselves. It's been very helpful. There's been some good information that's been produced. So we'll adjourn at this point and await the applicant's information that comes in nominally on the 21st and proceed from there.
I just want to check.
Sure.
Is that okay with
you? Yeah.
Because you've got quite a few.
Yeah.
Great.
I like to put them on the spot.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
On this one. Otherwise, nothing.
Nobody ever thinks about the manner here.
No.
I'm sorry, but it's true. It's true. Yeah. Right. It's like big dogs.
We're the ones who nobody wants to deal with. That's why. We're the last people to annoy everyone.
No. I'll say that it applies to everybody. For example, those connections are better than those.
Oh, that's always. Yeah.